Hello there, everybody. This is No Name 117 Spore, and I am joined today by YoBeefJerky
Hello.
and DerGrafZeppelin.
Hi.
Oh god.
And if you give me a moment, I accidentally showed the wrong screen in Title 2 for some reason. I don't know why I flipped back to that. I'm being stupid right now in terms of stream management. That was gonna be so perfect, and then I realized that I had the thing in the wrong place. Anyways, yes, we are back with From the Depths today. We are going to be building a battleship, and I actually forgot to get a file set up for it. I should probably close down some other folders I have open too at the moment.
Just
And
real quick.
actually go back into Rule the Waves 2 to grab a screenshot so I can actually show you guys what we're building on screen. But anyway, yeah, we're in a multiplayer session here. I hope it's not lagging too badly for them. And yeah, all I'm gonna need to do is save design. You guys can just look at here's Nova Scotia. Look at her. Look at her as I talk and dictate everything as I open up the Rule of Waves 2 game to grab a screenshot of the ship I need to design. So that we can, build her. Alright, so I got the screenshot. I need to save it now, which is probably going to require me opening up Paint. I'm sorry, this is taking a little longer than expected.
Oh my god, no.
Hmm? You did something?
Yeah, I screwed up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we haven't even started the ship yet. What have you screwed up on? Something with Olympia or the torpedo tubes?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to get the picture saved, because I know I had one for Montreal when I did this. And if I had one for Montreal, I've also got to have one for Manitoba.
There we go. So, now I need to make this...
Okay. So we need to build... Okay, so I know I had a which one before. That's not what we're doing. Ship I'm building. Properties, it's not downloaded from internet, but it would actually be Release 2, and then Manitoba. Where the hell did I put it? There we go. Sorry, this is taking a little long. There we go. That's the ship we're building. Now I can close down all of those, so I can actually dedicate all of my computer resources to this. I'm gonna move that. Should move this a little bit, because you're gonna see all the stuff up there, which is gonna be obscured behind it normally. Also put it off to the side, like here, and minimize it down somewhat. Is that readable? Maybe. It should be readable, right?
Readable enough.
Yeah, that's readable. You guys can get a rough idea of what we're building and what it looks like. Anyway, there we go. Yes. Oh, hey, you turned down the brightness. Thank you.
Yeah. Blinding people's fun, but being able to actually see what's going on is funner.
No. More fun. But anyway, at some point we are gonna have to paint those turrets too, and that's gonna get a little annoying. So I'm gonna spawn in the little color set thing I have, which is, where did I put it? Canada ship starter. But I know that it's off center. So Beef, if you want to go to that and make it on center for your liking, that'd be great.
It was off-center previously because previous building that had happened on it.
Oh, come on, don't despawn. Don't despawn. There you go, I prevented it from despawning.
Oh god, it is off-center.
Alright, so fix that first. I pulled up on my other screen a bunch of stuff regarding battleships, and what I'm going to do there is I'm going to quickly show you guys that. Switch to display capture. I've got a bunch of Google images up here of, you know, NoCal, Sodak, Iowa class, and all of this. So, the thing is, the Manitoba class is, what, 56,000 tons? I usually assume that's full load.
So the size in
58,000.
Iowa, really.
Yeah, 58,000 tons. And Iowa is how heavy? Yeah, full load, yeah, that's pretty close. Full load, she's 61,000 tons or 58,000 tons. It's full. New Jersey's full load in the 60s was 61,000 tons, but it looks like the World War II full load was more 58,000 tons. So, in terms of size, we're building something which is pretty much in Iowa in terms of tonnage. The problem is, in terms of shape, it doesn't quite work. Because we need to get a quad turret, and we need to get a 16-inch quad turret, which is more similar to, I mean, probably the closest thing which existed in real life to the turrets we're talking about is that on the Richelieu. And these were only, what, 44,000 tons. So I want to check out the beam of the Richelieu. No, that's Dunkirk right there. Get a nice top-down view of Richelieu. Oh, there was the planned Alsace class, or Alsace class too. Alsace class, sorry. Come on, open new tab. I mean, Google Images and Wikipedia is pretty safe from advertising, so I'm not super concerned about anything getting revealed there, thankfully. Okay, so Alsace, wouldn't have been. Oh, they would have had triple 16s. Is that right? No.
That's about right.
Okay, no, the general characteristics of the number 3 design had quadruple 380s, which would be... Would those be 15s? I think those would be 15s.
Yeah, seems. Yeah, that should be about 15 inches.
Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to look at the beam of the Alsace class. And, hold on, I do need to tell someone something right now. I'm going to be live streaming. I'm live streaming, so... Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so the planned beam for the Alsace class would have been 35 meters. For the Richelieu, it would have been 30. The real life beam would have been 33 meters. For an Iowa, the beam was 33 meters. And as we know, the Iowa was just barely able to fit through the Panama Canal. Do we need to build a ship which can fit through the Panama Canal or not?
Well, it's being built for Canada, so.
I'm gonna say probably. That probably would be a major design concern, and I mean, when the Manitobas were designed, they would have effectively been, you know, built with the presumption of the US being an ally rather than an enemy, which is kind of the situation they found themselves fighting in. Right, good. So this is actual proper center now. And being built forward. I'm gonna get what we have painted. I'll probably replace some of this with lead in the future, just so that the ship's a little more stable. I don't really rely on like the active stabilization systems that a lot of people make. I just go like, oh, alloy hull, lead in the bottom, ship stable. Alright, so how wide do we need to make this ship? Because we need to get in a quadruple 16-inch gun turret.
I have a quad 16-inch turret.
Actually, and Graf, you still there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. It's been a little quiet as we've been discussing this. Okay, so I did get one built, but I would need to convert it over. But I could still spawn it in, since the overall design we could use. So this is the original 16-inch turret I built. I'm gonna need to convert it over to alloy, and also make the guns look nicer. And it probably needs a little bit of smoothing out. This would be the 16-inch turret for Canada, as well as another couple American battleships and battlecruisers which use these guns. So, what did I actually save it as? Yeah, Manitoba, Minnesota, and Colorado. And I guess it also would go on the, I presume the Arizonas, right? Oh no, 16 times 4 Arizona is actually the same turret with slightly shorter guns.
I see you made the top armor out of mimics.
Yep,
Why didn't you do appliques?
because they aren't gonna camo nicely.
But you can put the mimics on top of the appliques.
Well, the mimics are probably stronger than the obliques, right? Well, it actually
No?
depends. Which mimics did I use?
Mimic metal.
Yeah, that's mimic metal.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah. It's a easily strong armor piece. To be fair, though, I am gonna swap this turret over to alloy because it looks nicer. But I want to build the hull first, and I need to kind of just decide the hull form, which is why I have the turret spawned in. Alright, so I'm gonna do something, and I'm actually just gonna place one of these turrets, not for Arizona, for Manitoba, Minnesota, Colorado. We also have the 16-inch 4 for Iceland, but that's a British-style 16-inch 4. Or 16-inch quad.
I'm
Alright.
trying to figure out how to splinter protect these torpedo tubes.
Alright, so we're at, what, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33. Is that a realistic width to fit this turret on?
Seems so. What's the length of the guns?
I think these would be probably 50s.
It's pretty long guns. Yeah, that should work.
I mean, 50 caliber, right?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, 16-inch 50s. Like, basically the same as what the Iowa had. Okay, so that would be how thick the hull would be at the deck at maximum thickness. But if we are doing that weird kind of bow shape, I would expect it to be possibly one to two blocks in from this. Just double check. Oh wait, no, the width right now is 30. Oh, it is 33. Okay. Is it 33 or is it 31? No, now it's 33. Okay, so that's 33 right there. That would fit. The problem is we're probably actually looking at that. Maybe even, you know, this. This gun is going to be a tight squeeze. Yeah, okay, there we go, 33. So I'm going to remove the gun for the moment. Alright, so the Manitobas are... what? If we're going to try to make them Panamax, they do need to be... I mean, what? Okay, so you can get in Iowa through the Panama Canal. So, dimensionally...
a couple inches of space to spare, but yeah.
So, dimensionally, our ship can be about the same size as an Iowa. However,
Okay.
what we can do is we can make the bow a little stubbier. And that's what I'm thinking of doing. So stubbier bow, and then maybe slightly longer a midship section. So we wind up having more of the hull form of like a North Carolina or South Dakota. Yeah, hull form of like a North Carolina, but on an Iowa sized hull. Well, maybe like a North Carolina, but where it bulges a little bit out. So if you want to pull up like images of that, well, I'm probably going to be building the hull, so that'll probably be me. And we are also going to want to regularly save. Like, I'm going to save the vehicle right now as BB. Yeah, Battleship Manitoba. Oh, you're already getting that converted over to alloy? Cool. Alright, so I'm working on the amidships section here, which is how I usually start these.
Cool. This torpedo mount is coming along nicely.
Okay, so... I may need to, wait, we can't... In multiplayer designer, we can't, pull ships out of play, can we?
No, we cannot.
That's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
So any ship spawned in is like... Oh, god damn it, that's annoying. Because I'm getting a lot of lag with this right now.
I was about to say that. I've been lagging a lot.
Yeah.
Listening. Water mode at your service. Receiving.
Yeah, because I can't pull these out of play, so... Alright, so we're gonna have to scrap the ships one at a time. Maybe not all of them. So I'm gonna
going
scrap
to scrap the
incomplete...
unfinished Olympia.
Yep. That's the first one, which you should just... Is she scrapping?
Yeah.
You gotta make sure they drop in the water and no longer are caps locked for them to scrap.
Ah. Okay.
So I've made a protected or a splinter-proof quad torpedo mount.
Okay. So the one which is probably gonna get laggy here is Nova Scotia as we scrap her. I think we can keep Olympia in. Actually, as much as I do want to keep some parts of Nova Scotia. You know what? Let me save some stuff before we scrap Nova Scotia.
Alright,
Just in case we need to work on it.
Continue making.
Where on the gun turrets do I have the... Hold on. Where in the gun turrets on Nova Scotia do I have the guns? So... Where are the decorations? There's the decorations.
To steal the torpedo mount from Olympia.
Alright, okay, stole Nova Scotia's guns.
21 decorations.
And then I also probably want to steal a couple of additional things, like,
I think I've converted the turret just the turret cap, not the barbette. I was bored and I did it for you guys.
Oh, thank you. I mean, Barbette's pretty easy to do, too.
Yeah, I can just do that real quick.
I'm trying to see if there is any other piece I want to grab from this anywhere. I think I got it. I think that'll be everything I need prefabbed. When I scrap Nova Scotia, though, it is really going to start lagging, so do be careful, or do be prepared for that. And I'm probably going to start that about now. So, Nova Scotia.
Receiving.
Really nice to pull you out of play, but unfortunately I can't, so... Time for this to lag a bit. Until Nova Scotia is torn apart. But I mean, having this big battleship spawned in was probably not helping any of the lag.
Currently deleting a good amount of more or less unrequired decorations.
Alright, so How best do you think we should represent 17 inches of armor? Because the outer hull is going to be alloy no matter what, but in terms of getting the belt in place...
That's a good question.
Yeah.
13, 12,
There, our bet's changed.
11.
It's kind of bad that they
Oh.
have to scrap the ship
Speaking.
one block at a time. Wouldn't it make more sense to just be like, okay, it's deleted now?
They've had like 3 different ways to scrap ships. They've changed each time. Right now is the most optimized they've ever gotten it.
Seriously?
Yep. It used to
Okay.
before your computer would almost, well, not your computer, but your game would almost crash from just scrapping a ship too large.
Okay.
Goes the superstructure. It looks like it's scrapping it based on or what blocks were placed first and what was placed last. Okay, it's just flinging them all in the air. Come on, finish scrapping, please.
Position.
Okay, she's almost done. Okay, she's done. I'm still getting the frame hiccups. Oh, no, I'm kind of not. Yeah, okay, that helped. Okay. So in terms of length, we're probably going to be looking at around about the same length as in Iowa, I'm thinking. In terms of length and width... Okay, you know what? We're going to be looking a little shorter than in Iowa. Because in Iowa is a little heavier. So in Iowa is 270 meters long overall. Which
Fun.
mean... What?
Fun.
Yeah. However, North Carolina is 222 meters long. So we're probably going to be looking for a ship around maybe 260 meters long. Alright, so let's just quickly see what that looks like. I'll extend it out aft first and then bow.
Alright, so I have an oxygen fuel torpedo tube.
Awesome. That's a quad?
Yep.
Okay.
Or not torpedo tube, torpedo mount.
Oh, that looks pretty good. Yeah.
That's a ton of pistons, holy shit.
Yes.
Alright, so that will... I'll need that to be saved as a prefab and need to get it later.
Are you
But
aware
I already
it's
got it saved.
What?
I already have it saved.
Okay.
YoBeefJerky, are you aware it's offset?
Yes, I do.
That pains me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hurts.
Alright, so here is
Yeah.
about the size, the overall size of the ship.
I'm very aware of how much pain it causes you. It causes me about the same.
But hey, at least you know what? The good thing is, at least I'm not going to have to cram a massive superstructure into a tiny space. We can actually have a little bit of room to work with. Wow, North Carolina's turrets look huge on our hull. How the hell are we going to get a quad into this?
Thank you, Zeppelin. I'm redoing my torpedo tubes.
Shifted.
First you...
Alright.
Torpedo tube European, which is just gonna be a standardish tube type. Blunk.
Alright, so if we
Then
look at the actual hull form,
Long-
like a NorCal, I have a NoCal. Or NorCal or whatever. I don't know, I think people do call it NoCal. Okay, so it is very similar. I want to see how far out the bow goes, because I'll probably need to bring it back a little bit so that we can, you know, stretch that bulb on the bow out a little bit. Like, how vertical is it? Come on. There's a good photo. It's got a small slope going up. How deep is the draft on this ship? Draft is 10 meters. And we're probably going to want something similar. Let's draft on an Iowa. Draft on an Iowa is 12 meters forward. Okay, draft full load was 11 meters, actually. So, should we go 10 or 11 meters? Probably 11 meters. Yeah, that resembling an Iowa a little more. Okay.
One blow too far back.
A slope in here. I'm trying to think about how we can do this. So that would be 9 meters, and then we need another 2 on top of this. So I'd have to do this and then clever with the paint. Which I can do. I forgot to create a custom camo before this stream, but oh well. Part of me wants to tell Rainbow that I'm doing this. Part of me doesn't. Because it is one of the ships he designed. Alright, so we got 9 here. We need to go up 11. So I need to add a decoration here. So I do know I am trying to keep these ships stock, even though I do have mods installed myself.
Oh
So,
god. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Alloy down. It's a little annoying to work on these, unfortunately. Color should be 1. Pitch should be down like that. Okay, you know what? Forward, backwards positioning should be 0.5. I'll do 0.499. Left. And then we do need to increase the scaling slightly, so. Just on the side like that. Okay, that'll work. Okay, do that, and then. Actually, you know what? 02. And then 098. Okay, take this guy. I hate how From the Depths does this at some points.
Does what?
Makes the mimic menu so that the parts has some weird decimal to them.
Oh yeah, that's actually probably just floating point inefficiencies.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Okay.
So I would be able... I can reduce the amount of pistons used on this torpedo turret, but it also is, like, really cancerous when placing it down. And I can't stand for that. So, guess you're getting one more piston than you bargained for.
Okay. Anyway, I got that looking nice now.
Too modern.
So now we can actually start working on this. Okay, saving Manitoba as is, because I know that we have some issues with occasional crashes. Actually, should I get the other gun turrets down? Because she is a 432. So that one looks nice,
Yeah.
much nicer in alloy. If we do need more work, I mean, we need to get the 2 in alloy.
Yeah, you should probably set down the other turrets. If anything, it's just as a guide.
Okay, so there's the triple. That would be the stern turret. And then... I mean, it's gonna need to be alloy at some point as well. And then the double main gun turret goes here. I'm gonna save that as a multiplayer starter raft. And yeah, okay, that's saved as Manitoba. Cool. Alright, so those will be her main gun turrets. So, and the full,
Bro, I just converted one of them.
and then it's like, well, unfortunately she has 3 different main gun turrets for all of her 3 actual main gun turrets.
Wait, why does she have 3 different turrets?
Because Rainbow wanted a KGB with 16-inch guns, but couldn't get it on the tonnage available, so he had to remove a gun from the aft turret, creating probably the most cursed gun turret layout ever. Up until I designed a 3113 light cruiser in one of my campaigns. And when I say 3113, it's 3113 all forward.
Why?
Well, I thought it saved math, or I thought it saved weight, but not as much weight as I thought. I could have done 3113 and done, like, you know, ABXY if I wanted to. And it would have been fine. I'm a little regretful, but...
At that point, why use singles?
Singles are more mass efficient than doubles. 2 singles will save weight. That's not the case for, like, a battleship, but, you know, when you're having only deck-mounted cruiser guns, saving that little bit of weight does help.
Oh. Oh no. Okay, so the tubes are gonna be,
But actually going with a 323 all forward would
Tubes are
have
gonna be
actually gotten me the
yellow.
all forward bonus, while going with a 3113 all forward didn't. Because the all forward bonus only applies if you have 3 or 2 turrets and not 4. So I kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit, but it was still a weight improvement over doing a double. Although at the space of, like, less anti-aircraft guns. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I've just finished the
I'm not having
the
any
quad.
audio come through right now.
You don't?
Can you guys talk?
Hi. Hello.
Okay. I have lost all audio at the moment.
Oh, that's not good.
There we go. I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, now I can hear stuff again. So what were you saying?
Quad's done.
Awesome. Alright, that's looking good. I get saved, and I think we're gonna need a double here. Okay.
Why am I here? Just to suffer? Every night I feel my leg. It hurts. I don't
Okay.
remember the quote beyond that.
Okay, so let's see how tall. So it's a draft at 11 meters, so
Oh
that's
god, I'm gonna make it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so now comes the problem of actually building an American hull form.
Yep, that's a problem.
Okay, so we have this layer. I'm just gonna start by doing this. I think I'm gonna have to create a rough idea here. Because the thing with like the American battleships is how the nose works. So we're gonna need a curvy S shape.
The snoot goes.
Yep.
Whoop. Torpedo modern.
Hey Graf, what are your thoughts on using snoop as the official term for the
Snoot.
snoot is the official term for like the American battleship nose?
I think it's kind of funny.
Now,
How I
now
make
I'm
a
just okay. I hate to say it. Now I'm just thinking of that one photo of Wisconsin where part of her bow is damaged with like the caption "Boop the snoot."
Oh my god.
shorky snoot. Snoop.
Just rams them. Oh, what the hell? Why am I like this?
It's fun.
All right. A little bit. Okay, so I'll start like this, so it is fairly narrow. But I'm having to build this. Think of this closer to the water line. And then it kind of
Oh, that's just one tube. Okay.
gets less narrow for a bit. I'm gonna swap to 3 meter for a section.
No. Who just shot the
I didn't.
Hmm?
starter off just took damage and I lost my turret.
What?
Starter off took damage and I lost the turret.
How?
It took damage and it wasn't connected.
Maybe because we're...
Did it bump into something?
I don't know.
I don't know, but two of you are holding guns and that scares me.
Well, I'm currently in the process of building the ship, so it couldn't have been me. And I have the stream open, so anybody watching
I
the
was
stream
well
can
tabbed.
confirm it's not me. So, Beef, the only suspect
I'll just
left is
move
you.
away.
I'm building.
I'll move away. It's okay.
I saw Zeppelin vents.
Bruh.
Okay, this is not looking great. Man, I need to play Among Us again. That game was fun.
I've never played it before, I just know the memes.
I actually got it like right at the start of its popularity. Because, well, the same person who designed this ship got me into it, so... I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Wait, no. I want to do... probably this.
How were twins controlled IRL?
Ooh.
You have someone standing there yelling at them?
No idea.
Watch as it gives me that same image of a quad tube mount. No, it brings me ship guns.
Fun. Google Images knows exactly what you want. Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. So a little, tiny little seat. The torpedo knows where it is at all times.
Oh no.
It knows this because it knows where the enemy isn't. So it just doesn't go there. Very big brain.
Okay, so now I'm on the slope staggering sections. So these ships are going to be built a little bit more like older FTD ships rather than newer ones. If you haven't caught on already, Graph.
Hi.
Okay, so is that gonna work as a bow? I think it might.
By the way, are these Iowa turrets? Like, what are these?
Um,
What I'm standing on?
hold on.
What turrets are these?
Well, I mean, you're standing on the quad right now,
Yeah,
but
but what is it?
it is a 16-inch quad.
Any ship specific one?
Not a real. I mean, never existed in real life, but it would be based on American turret design.
So Iowa then?
Yeah, so roughly
Okay,
inspired by
hold
the
on.
Iowa.
I got something then.
Okay.
Where is it?
I also do have my gun, or my Nova Scotia gun saved, so I can put those on and modify them to fit the turret a little better. Right, let me... I think I know what I need to do here. I think this looks a little awkward, and I know why it looks a little awkward. Okay, there we go. So now I've got that all saved.
Where the suffering begins. Up, down, position.
I can just place this down again. And then I'm gonna...
Boop. What was it on these again? Alright, here it is. Oh, come back here. Why are you driving
Bill.
away? How do
You
you
grab-
spawned something.
What are you grabbing from this?
I was gonna look at the Iowa turrets on these.
The Iowa turrets?
Oh wait, no, I forgot these are North Carolina. I was gonna look at the like specific stuff I could look at for the details. This isn't
I'm
the only
saying.
thing that's mine on this ship is the main batteries.
Okay. Okay, you know what? That bow is now actually looking good. Although it will bulge out a little bit more. I know I should do this. I need to turn up my monitor brightness more. Because when it gets to night, I'm having a lot of difficulty seeing.
Pretty sure that's just FTD nights being like criminally dark.
Possibly. Alright, there's a bow shape. And now we should probably also make a stern shape. So if we look at a no-cal, it does kind of slope up a little bit at the stern. How long are we? 260 meters long. It's about right. Guess technically, what?
Can I play with this turret?
Which one?
Yeah, turret I'm standing on.
If you want to a little bit. Here, let me give you
Okay.
something on the guns real quickly. Prefab mode. So that at least the guns look consistent with what I've been building. That is the wrong way around. And the colors are not going to be exact, too, because I have a special color set.
Oh,
Beef, you disconnected.
does internet just drop?
Oh.
I have no idea.
I think that's upside down, actually.
It is.
And placed twice on accident. There we go. So you're gonna have to, I mean, you're probably gonna have to mess with the prefabs a little bit and extend them. And of course the color's
Yes.
wrong right now, but
Can I fix the colors in some way?
let me quickly just check what the colors would be.
Yeah.
So this would be, these guys are color 14, and I assume you should also be color 14. Okay, come on. Wow, that one wood block is not coloring.
That's because I changed it to a decoration.
Oh,
Though I'm probably gonna undo that now, thinking about it.
yeah. Let's get a nice,
Uh-oh. You might have to place it down there because it's doing that one glitch where I can't delete undone blocks.
wait, what?
I can't delete undone blocks.
Okay, so what do I need to place down then?
The one that I turned into decoration.
Okay, I actually see it back already, so...
I don't.
Alright, I'll delete it and replace it. There we go.
There you go, now I can see it.
So now the color of the barrels, or the color of that should be roughly consistent.
Yep.
And at least look a little better.
Gotta fix.
But yeah, that's got to be fixed a little bit, but it can be fixed pretty easily. And it might be smart to widen up the bag a little bit. Although I don't know, the bag looks pretty good so far.
I think I was thinking about just not messing with the bag since it looked okay.
Yeah. Which is actually pretty good, because these are the largest guns in service in this war. 16. Hopefully Beef's internet comes back soon, but when it comes back, we are going to have to save stuff and then, you know, restart and spawn them back in.
Yeah.
Alright, so, okay. I'm looking at North Carolina. I need a model of a North Carolina where I can really see under the stern. And that's going to be
Alright.
difficult.
I can get you that.
Okay, get me that then. Alright, so the multiplayer starting raft is now saved. Too, so that torpedo tube is saved. Oh yeah, one thing you'd have to do with the barrels is there is a little cone decoration which has to be moved forward, right? Yeah. Which just barely can.
So I'm ready to join multiplayer now. Apparently my ISP doesn't like anyone being on at 2:50 a.m.
Uh.
It was like, oh, great time to restart the router.
Well, anyway, before you hop on, I do want to get the gun turret here slightly patched up.
Please make sure to save the torpedo tubes.
It is. They are already saved.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'll probably need to explain what I sent you, don't I?
Hmm? Just make sure. What color is this again? This is 0 is color 9. So color 9 needs to be pure black. And hey, Sampa. Oh, Derek, he's like, oh, okay, no Finn, Valheim. Oh, now FTD. Yep. Alright. Multiplayer starter raft is saved again. I did get the decorations on the one gun fixed up, so we might want to just copy those over to the other ones.
Oh.
And I'm saving Manitoba. Okay. I think we're ready to restart the session then?
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
so return to lobby. You can reconnect. Oh, you sent me. Oh, cool. I will go to said link. Thank you
Yeah,
for the
you will.
link.
Yeah, it'll open up and ask you like, oh, you need to access this, blah blah blah.
There
You
we
need to be one
go.
of our friends. Instead, just do Control-Shift-I and put that JavaScript into the console and then run it, and then just click on the 3D model.
Okay, so how do I run this?
Here, I'll just show you.
Okay, so I've copied the JavaScript.
So you see how it's it'll tell you this. Oh, did it crash? Okay.
Okay, I'll watch your screen here. Screen.
Okay, so you
Yes,
see how
I'll
it
watch
says
your screen.
this?
Yeah.
You would do like right click, inspect element, brings this up. You'll put the JavaScript command right there.
Okay.
You'll press enter to run it, click OK, and click 3D model.
Okay. Let me.
Oh, wonderful. There's a bunch of dead flies on my ice cream now. Hold on, let me go throw it away because I did a bunch of dead flies from ice cream. I'm not eating that.
Okay, so I see inspect element, but I see actual code there rather than...
Yeah, at the top, look at console.
Okay, console. Oh, okay, thank you. So I just
Yeah.
copied it and then paste it. I can hit enter. Undefined. Do I just drag it then? What do I...
I just dragged the JavaScript file into the console.
Okay, well that's technically a text file for me, so...
Oh.
Could Okay, so I could download it. Continue. I am fine with that. Show in folder. And let's try this now. So just drag that into the console.
Yeah.
And then hit
If it-
enter.
Yeah.
Undefined. What the?
And then click OK on the pop-up for like, only our friends can view it, and then click 3D model.
It's saying no. It's not working for me. I'm getting undefined on the code.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. Inspect element, console.
Okay, let me go back to the thing.
So I'm gonna put
Since-
the JavaScript in.
Okay,
It's
so I
gonna be
hit
like this.
inspect.
Hit
I
enter,
don't see
it will say
inspect
undefined.
element. I don't see inspect element. I see inspect.
So you,
I hit inspect. I go to console, and then take
Yes.
the file you gave me. Unblock game models 3d.user.js.
yeah, you put it in.
Drag it in.
Press enter.
Okay.
It will
Undefined.
say undefined.
Okay.
You click OK, and you click 3D model.
Actually appears to have worked. Thank
Yeah.
you. Is there any way to like remove the water?
Yes. Click on the little top left. It looks like a sunrise.
Okay, cool. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Thank you for this. All right, I have a
problem.
reference image now. Let me move some stuff over before I do anything to share my screen so that I don't accidentally reveal anything, and go to display capture. And
Yeah, make sure you don't
Yeah.
display that.
thank you.
Problem.
Thank you for this. There you go. There's the NoCal model. Alright, now I can turn display capture off. So we're back in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the multiplayer starter raft. We're on. I'm going to load up our new multiplayer starter raft, which is our old multiplayer starter raft. And there we go, everything saved.
Nice.
And you can all probably all jump to the surface again, because you're currently drowning.
Who needs air?
We're Rambot, we don't need air. Honestly, Rambot with a minigun is probably stronger than any ship in the game.
It sadly is.
Yeah. I should try that sometime, just, from the Depths campaign, but the only weapon I have is Rambot's minigun.
Make sure you build the giant heavy armor brick so the AI shoots at that while you go ahead and just raid them.
No, noob sticks.
Noob sticks.
Yeah.
True.
That was what me and Beef were doing. It's like, oh, we place down a tiny stick, but put down a bunch of them, and if we need more targets for the AI to shoot at, we just build more. And just have a bunch of noob sticks. Or from the depths, but only captures. Alright, so.
To be honest, there'd be quite a bit of that I would change about this turret.
About which turret? One.
The turret I'm standing on.
Okay, so. I would say keep the general shape, but if you want to smooth it out, that would be perfectly fine. Or add more detail to it.
I would just make it 3 meter tall instead of 2.5.
I think 2.5 will work.
Okay.
I kind of like the flatter look. Wouldn't really like change the height, but yeah, smooth it out, give it more detail, that sort of stuff. I mean, that more
So-
detail can come with more height. Like, you know, be at a higher height, like the Carly floats on top. Although I kind of have my own Carly float style, so. Very simple style, though. If you just want me to put one down here, I just can. It's like 2 pieces.
You know how it's summer now, and all the insects are coming out?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a moth on my wall. It's a smear now.
It's a moth. Why would that bother
Moths
you?
are cute.
Well, because I just had to throw out ice cream because there were a crap ton of dead flies in it.
That's fair.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fair.
That would be annoying. I would say this, as long as it doesn't have exactly 8 legs, I'm generally okay with it. Actually, I don't like flies, and ants are bad too. You don't want ants.
I don't like arachnids. I have arachnophobia.
Yeah, arachnids are horrible.
Stupid little tiny gnats keep flying up onto my screen. It's infuriating.
Yeah, flies are horrible too. Let's be real. Flies are bad. Gnats are bad. Hornets. Don't like hornets.
I only like the ship, not the insect.
Only the ship hornet is fine. The ship hornet is fine, and the ship wasp is fine, but avoid the insects at all costs. They're assholes. You know what? If we're naming ships after animals which are assholes, I'm kind of surprised there's not a USS Goose.
Gotta strike
sounds
fear.
That sounds more like something Canada would name a ship.
It's fair. HMCS
It also
Goose.
sounds like a ship that would legitimately strike fear into the hearts of many.
You're not wrong. HMCS Goose is probably the scariest warship ever. Because you know what? If Canada ever has a naming contest, like an online naming contest for a warship, Goose or Canadian Goose should immediately be suggested as a name.
You just want Goose to be suggested.
Alright, so... what am I looking for? Alright, the Carly float detail. Why am I looking at sub-objects? I need to look in prefabs. I'm being stupid. So if you want to know what my Carly float looks like, you probably have to adjust its position. It's simple. It's a really simple thing. The inside color is weird, but who cares? I know it wouldn't be as detailed, but, you know, if we do go with the more detailed Carly floats, then I have to update all my other Carly floats to be more detailed, and I don't want to do that. Even though the more detailed ones do look better. Alright, so if we're wanting this to be about 260 meters long, I probably need to... That's, what, 252 right now. That's probably about where I need to end the stern. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. So, on the normal US ships, it is sloping. Okay, so let's see. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right, so this
Huh. Is this getting lower in the water?
is looking. The waves got higher. Probably
Why?
is contributing. Because of the weather change.
Curse you, weather.
Curse you, Perry the Platypus!
I'm gonna do... no, I'm gonna stick with this for the moment.
Boolean good.
Okay, this stern needs to be fatter.
Need to make her thicker.
Yeah.
Alright, so I have the twin as well done.
Okay, excellent. That'll be one of the torpedo mounts. Thankfully, we are going to get the general hull shape here done very shortly, too. So in terms of armor scheme, how do you think we should represent 17 inches of armor? Because that's what our belt needs to be. You know what, I'm gonna do... I have an idea. Actually, let me look at the NoCal, or, yeah, the NorCal stone. The NoCal stern. Speak English, brain! You can do it! Your native language is English, brain. Speak it. I think this might actually be a little too angled, right? Yeah. Let's see what I want to do then. Do you ever have those moments where it's just like your brain, you know, isn't communicating English?
Yeah,
It's like,
especially with actually trying to learn Japanese, where it's kind of the opposite sometimes.
I tried to learn French once. Never again. That language is horrible. Never again. Do not try to learn French.
They
Just
say
no.
it's easy.
What?
They say it's easy, but we all know it's a lie.
French is a lie.
That is a horrible language which only deserves mockery.
Damn, he's spitting facts.
You need to learn
It's a pretty
German
nice twin 5-inch turret.
on.
Pretty cool.
At some point, I kind of want to learn like German or something. I think that could be a much more fun language to learn than French. Okay, it's not quite perfect, but it's almost there. It's almost what I want.
I'm just wondering on this ship why the rudder is so huge and golden.
Well, I didn't design it, so don't ask me. But I mean, you're asking Graf and Zoom, so.
Yeah.
What?
Why is the rudder so big and why is it also golden?
I didn't build this ship.
Oh.
The only thing I built on the ship is the turret cap.
Unfortunately, I currently do not understand German and have not even attempted to try to learn it. In terms of pronunciation, Deutsch is so... I don't know about so. Einfach,
Easy saying
Wenn.
would be Das ist gut.
wenn es als Mutters...
Just try Das ist gut.
Das ist good.
Yeah, Das ist gut. That is good.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I want to try it sometime. I should have probably tried that instead of French.
That is the beginning language to the English language.
Do you guys remember what key is, basically turns on the
Shift L.
flashlight? What?
Shift L.
Shift L?
Oh,
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay,
have to
I
remind myself
cannot...
all the time.
Okay, I cannot even attempt to read that beef.
Alright, how's that turret? I just decided to do
Rate
some
it in
mimics
English.
and movement over.
Right, Let me
Oh,
hold
come
on.
on.
To the turret.
Just try and read it.
Squiggly line, squiggly line, squiggly line.
Moon runes. Hello, friend.
Okay, I am liking it. Ooh, I actually do like the metal rangefinders. You're probably gonna have to put those on the other turrets too. Although would it be smarter to make the rangefinder section itself out of alloy rather than metal, so that it actually gets camoed, or no? 'Cause it does provide a little bit of a different texture. Let me do something quick here.
There we go. That's pretty neat. It turned half that into kanji. I can't read any of it, but
Alright, so now the 16-inch gun actually looks good too. That's a nice turret. That's gonna be a nice turret.
Is this are you pleased with my modifications?
Yes, I'm very pleased.
Good.
The only issue is now we have to do that two more turrets.
Yep.
It was German, so easy.
you spin
Choose
me
your mother
right
tongue.
round.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, it's easy when it's your mother tongue. Okay.
Oh. Ah! I'm stuck.
I can fix that.
Help me, stepbrother.
I mean, German will probably be difficult, but, you know. I mean, my descendants are... what? I mean, my descendants are either German or English. Mix of both,
English
depending on
is
which side.
so. Well, if you actually go ahead and look at the language of English, it originates all the way back to Germanic. It's a mix of the Irish language, but heavily Germanic influence with some French mixed in.
And I know I also have Irish ancestors, too, so...
English is 8 languages in a trench coat.
Basically, and American English being the most flexible.
Anyways, what do you think of how this turret turns?
Very quick.
Nope, none can escape my wrath.
None
Or
will
my
escape you
dizziness.
torpedoing them. I'm trying to remember if the Manitobas did score a successful torpedo hit. I think they did. I think they have managed that. Yeah, because I remember relying on one to sink Savannah. Because Savannah just refused to go down, and the Manitobas only having 100 rounds of ammunition meant that they were out of ammunition. Well, this heavily damaged battleship was still just plugging away at them. Like, you gonna sink me already, fucker?
Why are you moving the base around?
As it was like halfway in the water.
Alright, so now I
Fair
have to
enough.
figure out how to build the bow and the stern. And that can always get annoying. Alright, so width, height.
Oh god.
Oh god, you're moving the...
This hull will face the full might of this fully armed battle station.
I will shoot you.
Do not shoot me.
Please stop moving. Oh god.
I'm not moving, I'm shimmying.
Bruh.
Oh god. Alright, so the midship section is built. Once we have the hull built, though, it should be a lot easier for you guys to actually do anything here. Or do something. Because then I mean, we kind of have the midship section built, so I guess that's where machinery and such is going to go.
Yep.
And we could hypothetically already start working on machinery. I need to figure out how to do some specific stuff here, though. And I'm going to work on the stern. I think the stern's always difficult, so I'm going to work on it first. Now, NoCal actually did have like a little bulge underwater. I'm not gonna bother with a bulge here. There's no bulge. No concerning ourselves with a torpedo bulge. No.
What?
Did you see what Beef typed in chat?
Nope.
Press enter.
Hold on.
You're doing it too. Okay, fine. I left myself open for that one. That was a little too predictable.
Yeah.
I'm surprised nobody in Twitch chat did it. Let me get my model. Let me get the model of North Carolina window a little.
I'm both faster and more
Sure.
depraved than any Twitch chat.
Do what? We gotta do it in chat, but it's like already been done. Oh no, they're wanting me to say it. Oh god, no. No.
Whoa?
Okay, fine, they did it. See? Are you satisfied? Okay, I think this slope will work, right? I mean, it's a 1x4, and I think NoCal more has a 1x5. I'll stick with the 1x4 for now, and then just smooth it out at the bottom, and that'll look convincing enough. Right? It's good if it looks convincing enough, and you don't have to go for full. Because he wants me to do the torpedo bulge. No, I'm not doing that weird shape. We're doing this sort of thing. As we're kind of going with like a hybrid between an Iowa and a NoCal. It's kind of like, what if an Iowa was built at the same time as a North Carolina? Which I guess is a weird concept. But hey, at least it's not trying to figure out what a KGV would look like if built in the 20s.
What is this sloped rear?
It's the stern. North Carolina had something similar to this, so...
That is such a weird rear.
Yeah. I think I can get away with it. I might... I'm gonna mess with it a little bit here. Hold on. But yeah, if you look at that 3D model sent, it does have something similar to this somehow. So... I guess I get some actual justification. What did you just do? I saw a photo. I saw that.
Do you not like my dog?
Oh god, it's...
Instantly, it was destroyed! He's watching over us, don't worry. He is overseeing construction.
I need a photo of Jasper here, then. Jasper needs to oversee some construction, too. Unfortunately, he's asleep right now, so... like, it's 2:26 a.m. Birds should not be awake at this time. If birds were awake at this time, that would be hell.
Glock.
Okay, that's enough goofing around with me. It's time to do a thing. It's called... Alright. Cheers. AON, which means... No. Why isn't Manitoba surfacing for me?
What do you mean?
She's sitting in the water.
She's about to... or she's currently not sitting in the water for me. She's currently elevated.
Yeah, she is elevated for me.
Why do you guys keep pressing tab on it? It's in the water now.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's out of the water again.
Now
Yeah,
in
it's still not out of the water for me.
Welcome to multiplayer. Nick
we
has
gonna-
still yet to fix it.
Are we gonna need another restart here?
Who cares?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, let's just save everything.
Make sure you save the main structure.
I've saved the platform with
Yep.
Oliver watching over us, making sure we don't mess up.
Okay. All right. I've also
He's
saved.
also watching me in real life.
I've also saved Manitoba. So, start the game again.
Only in Battlefield.
All right. We are also gonna have to get a midships catapult here on Manitoba. All right. So I need the multiplayer starting raft.
I already have one.
Awesome. Cool. All right then. Oh yeah, my sister's birthday was a few days ago, and what we did with Jasper was I made him a tiny little party hat to wear.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
So we gave our bird a party hat. He did not like having it on. It would be put on and he would immediately try to shake it off.
Build Manitoba right in front. Okay.
There's Manitoba. Alright, she is being
Hold
lifted
on.
out of the water now. Do you see that? Is she out of the water?
No.
Press caps lock on. Okay, you press caps lock on her. Okay, I see
Nothing.
that. You see nothing? What? Hey, grab.
Don't you just love it when games
What?
desync like this?
Yeah, it's still desync somehow. You want to just like raise your fist or fist or whatever and shake it at Nick. Actually, no,
Hold on
we
a
have
second.
another idea. I have an
Let
idea.
me do a thing. I'm gonna use a tractor beam.
Update is coming soon towards
Exactly.
late of June.
I was thinking about that too. Tractor beam. It's tractor beam time.
Oh, so it does lock it in place when I press.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's just not taking it out of the water.
Okay, we're good. Then
Good enough.
this'll work.
Wobble.
We'll do a little jiggle.
Do a little drill.
Alright, so now time to install the armor. TDS3 as well, so that means I can actually install torpedo defense.
Yep.
Good.
I'm gonna start working on the stern and trying to figure out how best to shape it, because sterns are ridiculously difficult to shape.
Double bottom hull, I think, might be a good idea for the interior spaces.
I mean, make sure we do have enough room for everything in the end.
Well, this ship is so massive, yeah, we'll definitely have enough room.
Yeah.
That said, I'm actually gonna grab the same and so I'm going to grab a large boiler. Bring up one block.
I am so glad North Carolina's stern shape is so simple, though. It's like normally you get these really weird ones, and then this one is just like, oh, I can just do a slope.
Yep.
It's like, nice. Nicely done, American designers. You are actually very helpful for future From the Depths builders. That had to be the intention as to why they did that, right? To
Clearly, yeah.
make it easier on me in the future.
Predicting
Yes.
the future as well.
So I'm going to go with, I think, 3 sets of 2 boilers. She does have unit machinery, doesn't she?
What? She does
Unit
have unit
machinery,
machinery, yeah, so I would split it up.
Good.
I am perfectly fine if you use either boilers or engines. It really doesn't matter. I mean, we don't need the inside of the ship to look pretty. We just need the outside of the ship to look pretty and the inside of the ship to look compartmentalized.
Yep.
But yeah, you can use boilers. Although when I get to other ships, I'll probably just use normal engines. But it doesn't matter, because it's on the inside.
I have control of the engines, so therefore I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I'm most comfortable with steam engines to begin with, so why not?
Okay, I'm going to turn this into a decoration and stretch it out to the side.
And it won't fill things for me, so basically multiplayer is completely broken.
Fun.
Enjoyable.
Welcome to FTD. Expect an update to fix a ton of bugs
Oh.
in late June.
Oh. No, it wasn't filling because I had a hole.
Okay.
And of course, there's a fly landing on my arm because let's do that, apparently. Have I ever told you that I hate summer? Because I really do.
I mean, in terms
I
of
hate
temperature
summer.
and stuff, it's fine.
No.
No, it's not. I'm in California. How do
Oh,
you
right.
think I feel? I'm
Yeah,
burning.
it basically just gets humid and
You,
hotter than usual.
well, I'm from, like, the Illinois area, so, I
Lucky.
mean, summer is like, what, 90, 100 degrees at most Fahrenheit. Rare to peak above 100, normally you're, 80, 90-ish, so. Summer's nice. Winter here isn't. Winter here can get very bad sometimes. Spring is weird, or spring and fall are weird, because sometimes they will feel like spring and fall, sometimes they will feel like summer, and sometimes they will feel like winter, and even on consecutive days it can be like that. Or it can just completely swap. Okay, so audio. Cool. Okay, so I need an alloy, So we need the triangle slope and we need the inverted. So I don't want any of the additional slopes things, because... Okay, do that and go to inverted.
I don't know what kind of armor scheme what kind of thing I'm doing here. It's kind of stepping
I
it inwards more.
I have no idea either.
Yeah, well, it would be... That is a weird scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is all or nothing. And I did send you the images with, like, the thicknesses of all the armor and such.
I'm actually gonna widen this area by a block.
So
Or two.
how thick do we think the armor actually is? Is this like 3 metal, or would we actually do like a layer of heavy here?
I'd say go with the layer of heavy.
Layer of heavy armor?
What's the thickness of our armor?
17 inches?
Yeah, that's definitely that's almost 2 meters.
I wouldn't say that's 2 meters of heavy armor. That might be like a... You could do like a heavy armor and then either a metal or alloy backing layer.
I usually treat about 8 or so, I think, inches of armor as a layer of heavy.
I think that's a
So
little excessive. I'd probably treat like 12 or 13 or something. Is that?
I also play with 10x damage, so
Yeah. I have normal damage, so. Right. Color 1 and apply with mirror. But then take this and swap it out for... I need a triangle corner. Or inverted triangle corner. Now apply that with mirror. And there we go, that's gonna be smooth now. Okay, so then I can do this, 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 and that. So I guess we are just going with this style of It's kind of half lazy style of stern building, because thankfully North Carolina is simple in that regard. Well, we have 7 viewers right now, so that's not bad. It's not bad
Hey,
for
that's pretty
a
good.
stream like this.
Wait, why is there a giant dog in the sky?
Did you miss that whole part?
Yeah, I was looking at something.
Alright.
His name is Oliver. He's watching over us, making sure we're good boys.
That's good.
Yes.
I need to get a picture of Jasper in the party hat here. Although I only
You
have
do.
pictures of him being held in it. We tried to get pictures of him not being held in it, but the thing is he moves so quickly. Like his head just is constantly on a swivel. So it's very difficult to photograph him. Because he has like a weird energy. Energetic little bird. Okay, come on. Alright, so now we have a little bit of a tricky situation to figure out here. And that's... Actually, no, let's do that there. Oh, God. Why is my head just, like, suddenly hurting? Like... I want to be fine. No, no, you don't. Ah. Head, stop being stupid. Am I, like, getting a headache or something? I might be getting a headache or migraine or something. I don't normally get them, so... That is,
That's not good.
strange. It's kind of going away.
What have
Well,
you
I
eaten
just-
in the past? Actually, just recently.
What? 2 sausages, chocolate milk, a cheese stick, and water is what I've had today.
And when was the last time you ate something of note?
Probably a few hours ago. I probably need food shortly. I'm gonna grab like a burrito or something. Alright, so 1 meter, 2 meter transition.
Yeah, I would recommend that.
I might pull a be right back screen here very shortly. Is that the piece? No. 1 meter, 2 meter slope transition. There we go. Color 1. Once I get this transition in. Which is gonna make stuff get very weird. Come on, apply with mirror. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Save her for now, and go to the be right back screen. In OBS. You two will have to entertain them, and I'll probably just have a top-down view so that they can look at whatever you're building in the
Oh,
meantime.
no, I have to be entertaining.
I'm trying to get a good view where they can see both the turrets and the battleship. There you go, this'll work. Be right back.
Alright, so... How currently are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Alright. You are working on the turrets, right?
Yeah. Just wondering what else I can do on these. The main one that is for now until I move over. I think I can move over. So I'll do that now.
Currently installing boiler bits, access spaces to access the boilers. Little walkways or catwalks in between the boiler sets, specifically so that you can just walk in between the boilers and have direct access to them.
Alright.
Hopefully, it should be good. There we go. I have 12 boilers. Yeah, 12 boilers. What was the design? 2 funnels. Okay, good. Cool. My dog is So, one of my dogs has decided to start staring me down. I think they want to go outside.
Or it's waiting to eat your soul.
Well, I mean, one of them, the one that's watching us right now, uh, his name is Oliver, and he very much does enjoy trying to bite you if you try and help him. It's a grumpy
I
old
don't like
fart.
the sound of that.
What?
I do not like the sound of that.
He's a grumpy old fart. So, I don't really care.
Fair enough.
Like, the worst he's gonna do is fail to bite me. Wow, this trunking looks really scuffed. I'm not a big fan, but let's try something a little different. Alright, guess I'm gonna have to walk the dogs.
Oh, come on.
Alright, dogs are outside right now.
It's good.
I'm assuming the complete lack of speaking, I guess, from both of us is because we're focusing on building the ship.
Yeah, sorry. I don't speak much whenever I do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, now I'm bored. Oh shit, it's almost 1 a.m.
It's 1 a.m. for you?
Yeah, I need to go to bed.
I have food now. Have you guys been entertaining?
Well, we've talked a little bit.
A little.
Um,
Entertainment is not my
Very
strong
hard.
word.
It's very hard to talk whilst also doing other things.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Also,
I
I
see that
gave
one
up
turret's
trying
being
to make.
upgraded.
I gave up trying to make relatively good-looking trunking. And I'm just gonna do this. It's gonna look terrible. I don't
I'm
care
fine
anymore.
with ugly trunking. All my other ones have ugly trunking. If you take a look at like the inside of any of the other battleships I made for this, you will see that their trunking is ugly and simplistic. It's like we only need these to look good when damaged, and thankfully we're actually not going to need to see the we're not ever going to need to see like really deep into or the or deep underwater. on a Manitoba, since all of them survived the war somehow. I guess what was really weird about this war for the Canadian battleships is that every single battleship and battlecruiser class for Canada either had all of its members survive the war or had all of its members sunk during the war. There was no in between.
It is indeed odd.
Hmm?
That is indeed odd.
Yeah.
I do have to sleep.
Oh, that's probably fair.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I am still installing the quote-unquote trunking.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna revert to what I had before. It'll look unique. Maybe not the greatest, but unique. Is that good or bad?
I haven't taken a look yet. Give me a minute.
As part of the stern. Oh, I wasn't on mirror either, so it's probably good that I reinstalled this then, exactly the way it was before I, actually mirror everything to actually get it to look good. Quote unquote good. Ah. And, eat the burrito I have, like I probably should. The bit of horseradish mustard I got. Yeah, horseradish mustard is good.
I've never had it before, so I wouldn't know.
Well, okay then.
I'm not a very big fan of condiments.
Ah. Alright, this is where I need to do this shape, right?
Here we go. Gonna bring the dogs back inside, send them upstairs, because, it's nice when the dogs aren't endlessly barking outside.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna
I'm like
look
half tempted to find the photo of Jasper with his party hat and put it over your dog. I'd have to take it from my phone and post it on Discord and link it. Hey, chat, do you want to see a bird? Where is it? Where is it on my phone? Oh yeah, in messages. Mom took the photo because I had to hold him. I'll try to get the one where his chest is looking the least scruffy. Because he plucks. Having a bird which feather plucks is not nice, by the way. Okay. I have them saved. I need to put them in Discord. I'm going to put them in my own private Discord. In general. Oh, I did save them, so. Already. Okay, what keeps damaging our base? Because I keep seeing your repair tentacles going out. I'm liking the detail on this turret, but we do have to get it fixed up in alloy soon. actually, you know what? Let me just do. Let me get this turret painted here real quickly. Okay, so now that I have him on that Discord, I can go to set Discord, jump to present, copy link. Okay, so you have your image of your dog. I'm trying to figure out where you put the image thing.
Right. Thanks, my computer isn't broken for my dog deciding to just jump into it because he's excited. That means he should break everything.
Okay. So I take it you put your dog up there on a, what is it?
Watch list?
No, not on a watch list, on a, hologram projector, right? Or image, yeah.
Yes.
I don't see where you put this hologram projector.
It's
Is-
well hidden. Yeah, apparent it seems.
Yeah. Where the hell did you put it?
Why should I tell you about it?
I don't know. Okay,
Look
why
right
does
at
our base keep suffering damage?
because it's out of resource.
Oh, you want to put some resources on it then? That's probably why we were having issues before.
Alright, that engine room looks good. Takes up half the space of the ship, but that's how engine rooms tend to go.
And then we'll have the 2 turrets in front, 1 turret behind. And I'm getting the decoration in. A hologram projector.
Now to partition the space, or the rooms.
That work? Oh. Hold on, let me get some resources down. Here on the multiplayer raft. I don't know why the multiplayer starter raft it just isn't regenerating resources, but it's not. So I've given it resources now.
Okay.
Is it not letting me? It's a projector. It should let me change. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got another big image.
Good.
That's him. If you ever heard Admiral Byrd in the past, that's him.
I would like to pet this creature.
Alright. Let's get the stern of this ship built. Is the raft still taking damage? Maybe it doesn't have enough fuel.
Could be.
Or maybe it doesn't have enough turbines. That's probably it. Might not have enough power.
Looks like about half the trunking is useless anyways, so... Because I'm now installing the unit machinery, which is helpfully blocking up a lot of the trunking.
Okay, how is that not connecting? Alright, because I painted it red. I couldn't see. There you go, that should provide a bit more power. Saving multiplayer starting raft. Alright, they need heat or cooling. Alright, so now our starting raft's not gonna randomly disintegrate. Alright. Alright, I was gonna repaint that turret. Alright, I still need to do that. Make sure that it gets painted properly. And then I will change this color back to a gray as soon as I can, but no. I'll keep it the blue so it's highly visible for now. I'll give it like a navy blue color for the moment on the barge.
$3,500 cubic meters, or 3,600 cubic meters of space is the engine room. Or the boiler rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, boiler space now done.
You know, that's a good enough color, and it's easy enough to tell, or should be easy enough to tell if that's applied or not.
Yeah, we need to do TDS. What was it? 2? 3?
3.
Bring up your dead.
And now I can actually work on the ship again. Look forward to watching this later. Okay, that's if I ever upload it to YouTube, because I've been terrible about that lately.
Yeah, unfortunately, whenever you stream, I'm usually at work as well. So, I do get what he's saying.
Okay, so that's its original orientation.
Oh god, this is gonna suck, isn't it?
Like this. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Don't fill the TBS with those, please. I'd rather not have the TBS when damaged look like that.
Right then? Well, I just went like half my just went half the filler for the TDS.
Because realistically, TDS is more of an open space, right?
Yeah, and this would be an open space with a lot of supports in it. So it would basically still be this. It would still be TDS, or a large.
Yeah, but I think the gaping hole would look better if it wasn't, like, filled with supports.
Still gonna install at least a couple layers of supports. Something like this. For
You could do a metal wall rather than an alloy wall.
good, yeah.
Alright, so... Yeah, I don't want to handle this. Always screw that up. There we go. That'll actually work perfectly. I'll just kind of leave these flat sides here. Actually, that didn't work perfectly. Oh, right. Yeah, I can do this. That does still work perfectly. Although what I am gonna do, I am gonna use the transitions.
It's basically just giving her a double hull. I just realized. She's a submarine now.
So you plated the bottom a bit? So the alloy at the stern is a little thicker. Not strictly necessary, but that's fine. Who cares? Okay, we are going to need to get her armor in too. And her armor probably would stretch down to at least some of the blocks we're starting on now, because you can see where the water line is, I assume.
Yeah.
In the bow. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? So if we just... Oh yeah, no, we can't do this. Okay, so we do this, 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 this. This. Not that. Okay, I see what we need to do now. This will be a 2 to 3 here. Do that. Take you. Swap out the piece. $2 meter. Do that. Apply with mirror.
There we go. TDS has some internal ribbing now, which is pretty much just for structural reasons. Structural support.
Okay. That should help a little bit though.
Yeah, it should be good now.
And then we're, yeah, probably gonna need the start of the lower edge of the armor belt. Thankfully, she's all or nothing, so this will be an easy armor belt to create because it's just, you know, no extended belt. Actually, I don't think we have to work on any extended belts anymore because, well, at least for the battleships, because none of the other ones have them. There's a universal narrow and two all or nothings left to build, including this one. Universal narrow belt is such a weird idea as well.
What's the size? Alright, can you, like, real quick build up to the deck and just place down the turrets so I can set up the armor for them?
Ooh. I actually don't know where that's gonna be yet. I have not figured that out.
Okay.
And besides, only one of the turrets is even ready right now. Two of them aren't. I'm getting the stern done, or the stern below the waterline part done, then I'll get the bow below the waterline part done, and then we can actually start considering that. Okay, so like a typical stern made by me, this is gonna get ugly very quickly. Do that. Do that. Do that. do that, and I'm just gonna take this and mirror it. Or not mirror it, copy it. Here and here. I'm gonna save the ship right now, because we all know what can happen if I don't save.
FTD decides to just go.
Yep. The FTD servers just give out randomly. I might need you to save.
Why?
I was having an issue converting to blueprint, it seemed. I don't know what it is. I'm saving again. But if you want to try a save too, that would probably be smart.
Right. There you go, just saved.
Awesome. Okay. How do I want to handle this?
Okay, so now the. I feel a 4 meter. How tall were the belts of the?
Or the belts of the what? You really cut out there.
How tall is the belt of the Iowa class battleship?
Ooh, you'd probably have to look at a diagram to determine that. So I'm gonna start with that. I'll smooth that out later. Then we would... I don't know exactly how that's gonna work, but we need to shift this down probably to here. Okay, that'll have to be a specialized piece, but I can make that. Yeah.
Oh, looks like the armor scheme for the Iowas was pretty much entirely below the waterline.
Okay. So we're probably gonna get some below the waterline, probably a little bit above still, but... where's the 3?
Yeah, it looks like it went pretty much from the waterline down to the keel. So I'm gonna do the current setup, but have it taper down 2 blocks lower. It's not really belt extended, it's just the armor belt tapering to a point. It could go up, but nah, won't. The deck will be metal, because, you know.
Wait, no. I need to do this. Make it look smoother.
No, no, no. Oh, God. Please let me undo. Please let me undo.
Oh, undo.
Okay, thank you.
What the hell did you do?
Pressed fill, and the FT decided to fill it a block back from where I was placing it. So everything had a full block of space. It just wasn't being filled.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm unhappy.
I'll have to figure out how specifically to make that look good in a moment. Actually, you know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine if I start making it look good now. Just make sure everything's copied on the other side. Yeah. Okay, so here I want to do... Actually, no, we already have the allied triangle. So I do need to get a 3-meter offset, and I need to get the 3-meter to 4-meter. But ultimately, you need to be a 3-meter triangle. No, 3-meter inverted triangle.
Currently installing the uptakes. Do we want to trunk this funnel back a little bit, or keep it how it is?
Those look like very wide funnels. We probably want to trunk them forward. They're way too far back on the boat. Yeah, I trunk both of them forward. Like, as far as you can. I would build that forward one at the forward edge of where you have that armor right now. It should be, you know, like, the deck is, like... Deck armor is going to be, like, 6 inches, so it might be able to do, like a layer and
I'm
a half of
thinking
metal.
I'm thinking this layer of metal for the interior deck, and then you have, layers of alloy for splinter deck.
Huh, that's possible.
Potentially, which is something I did for Olympia, which is to have this for deck, which is reinforced decking over an alloy beam,
Okay.
which would act as a splinter deck, effectively. Yeah, these funnels are really far back. Crap.
Alright, here we go. There we go, that's looking pretty smooth. Alright, so then add in a new decoration. This is a 3-meter offset. Is it right or left? I think it's a left. Okay, so then you need to be a... Actually, I'm gonna copy you, paste you here, and then swap you over to a 3-meter, 2-meter transition. Reverse transition, right? I don't know why we have 2 of those, but we do for some reason. And this needs to be a,
I have no idea why, practically, you'd want to trunk the funnels ahead like this, but it must be done.
We're gonna have to.
I mean, potentially trunking them this far ahead means there's actually room for the flight stuff, which is very likely to be the case for this.
Ally inverted triangle corner left 2. There we go. Alright. Take this, move it over here, put another one over there. Look at this stern right now. Look at how well this stern's coming along. I'm gonna save the vehicle again before anything bad happens.
Give me a minute. I'm currently yeah, safe. I'm currently just trunking the funnel stuff.
Okay. Alright,
Turns out
now we have an issue.
those look a lot more centered.
Here's what we do instead.
Good looking stern.
Thank you.
This, which is to cut mobility. Direction.
And this will be a 4 meter, 2 meter.
So, what do you think of the placement of the funnels so far?
Give me a moment, because I need to do something before I can check. Alright, 2 meter to 4 meter. No, wait, no. 4 meter slope transition. Then take that. A bit better, definitely. That's
It's still really thin, but it's gonna bulk out. Don't worry.
Yeah. That's probably gonna work. That would probably work. Okay, so how long is the ship currently? 252. She'll probably extend to about 260 long. And look a little fatter than an Iowa, so that'll be about right in terms of size. Alright, so now I gotta figure out how to transition between these two segments. So, this segment here and this segment here. And this is always a difficult step. Okay, so this segment wants to do that, 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 and then we'd want to do it probably an offset. I assume that undo isn't badly needed.
No. I accidentally delayed a couple slopes. It's not a big deal.
Okay. I'm gonna go to our fortress and elevate it higher out of the water. Because the wave
God, the
rate
idea of just raking the funnels forward like this is so awkward to me.
Yeah.
Below the waterline, but or about below the deck, but I guess.
We can just pretend that the funnels, or that the stuff is already more forwards. I guess technically it would be something where rather than being raked forwards, the connections at a lower layer would be, you know, more brought forwards.
But I didn't think about that when I was setting up the So I just grabbed the largest spot. I was like, all right, this is where the engines, this is where the boilers go. I didn't really think, oh, this is way too far back. And
Yeah. Okay, so I explain exception converting
yeah,
constructive
it's been
blueprint.
happening.
Did you save it there or what?
No.
Because I hadn't saved it there. It was just that happened.
So, by the way, we were talking about the New Jersey Museum earlier.
Yeah.
I thought that'd be a pretty interesting conversation for on stream. So let's talk about it, because Ryan Smansky is honestly quite impressive in how much he's gotten done.
Yeah. Man, I really hope this is actually, like, saved. And not, like, something weird where it's not saving. Alright, so V60, if I save it again. Okay, we are in V61. Excellent, it is saving.
Also, auto-saving for me. So.
Yeah. Maybe that's where the messages are coming from, the autosave. Anyway, yeah.
Very likely. But yeah, watching the Battleship New Jersey videos is always really fun. It's like, hey, let's take you to this part of the ship that you probably didn't even know existed.
Yep.
Turns out, islands are huge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, floating city is a very accurate term for these things. Ships.
Imagine what it would be like if a Yamato had survived.
I would absolutely love to be on a Yamato museum. Like, seriously. Can you just imagine how awesome it would be just to walk up and see this absolutely gargantuan ship? Like, this is the largest ship, or largest warship humanity has ever really created.
Yeah.
Up till, like, modern supercarriers.
What? Okay, so all this is gonna have to be smoothed out significantly. Where Bismarck would be so cool. Interesting, I
Oh god, no, no,
guess.
no, no, don't do that. Undo, please.
Hold on.
Okay.
You're having some major fill control issues, it seems.
I
Maybe you need
filled
to
with the
talk to
wrong
Phil.
block.
Maybe you need to talk to Phil about that.
Fills.
Right, so then that's going to be a spot where I place a custom block set, and then we do this. And normally I'd place a custom one there, but that's just the bottom of the ship. I can't actually be bothered with that. I've not been bothered with that so far. I'm not going to start being bothered with that now.
Oh boy, time to do the deck over here as well too. I guess not.
That should be a quote more people take to heart.
What?
I haven't been bothered with that so far. I'm not going to start being bothered with it now.
Yeah.
Two, three. Alright, I'm gonna do a 4 meter, 3 meter here.
Very fun, building in multiplayer where you know that any block could be undone at any moment because someone else made a mistake. Basically, the idea is don't make mistakes.
Yeah.
Fun.
That's gonna need to be a big piece right there.
Alright, I have a rough deck set up for,
I will
well,
just
just
do
a rough deck setup.
that. Oh, okay, so that's kind of like a waterline deck sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it's the block above the water line.
Yeah. And then I'll have to build the upper hull slightly later today. I mean, this is a pretty big ship we are building. You know,
Yeah,
Manitoba
pretty
is
fun,
no...
though.
What?
Pretty fun, though.
Yeah. Manitoba is no slouch in terms of how big she is.
Thinking it could be a good idea, as well for battle damage, to use the torpedo defense system as a helium-based roll tank.
Maybe.
As it's very outboard and would also, if it gets breached, is going to result in a lot of water pulling the ship down the side.
Oh, I see how I was supposed to do this and how I was actually doing this. So, what I need to do is not what I did, but instead this other thing I should have done. That thing I should have done is not be tired and talk like that.
So, what turrets are on Manitoba?
Well, I mean, you've seen the main gun turrets, so...
Here, hold on, let me actually go into Discord, take a look at.
No,
Oh.
I mean, on the platform, you've seen the main gun turrets.
Oh yeah, but the secondary.
10 5-inch guns, so... There are multiple ways we could do this. We could assume that she has 2 sets of, or like, what, 4... What, no, 2 turrets of... Actually, wait, no, it's 10 total. Split that in 2, that's 5.
I'm
So
just
we
gonna
could
do
assume...
five with a really odd super firing over one of the main battery turrets.
Okay, so 4 on each side, and then 4 on each side and 1 center line. We could probably do center line
Actually,
aft.
I know exactly how to do it. I know exactly how to do it.
Let's do center line aft.
I know. Centerline aft. Alright, just real quick, just don't do anything. I'm throwing this down as a basic idea.
Okay.
So 2 gun, 1 half deep. 1 deep. Alright, good. So imagine that's the catapult, and of course the catapult deck is a thing that exists. You know, just have the there you go. Have the turret sit just under the catapult.
Ooh, that's a possibility.
Obviously, this would be a lot higher up,
Yeah.
and over the main battery turret aft. But I think it would look really cool.
It could look interesting. It really depends on if we want the catapult mounted that high up. I think that would be the major concern with doing that. But it's an interesting idea.
Also, I'm plating over these holes in the armored deck with not armor, because why would I plate over holes in armor with armor?
I don't know, that seems to not make a lot of sense. I need to do new decoration, so we need alloy. We need less of a mess in this menu, but
In the mimic menu,
yep.
I find it's pretty useful, but yeah, it is a bit of a mess. And that said, I can, add new decoration, roll. I want 45. All right, just click click a single button and it's at 45. I find that really useful.
I'm looking right now for an inverted triangle 4-meter corner. There we go.
This is just the fact that this is gonna have a quad, triple, and a twin is so cursed.
Yep. Again, tell it to the ship's designer. I went when I
Is he on Discord?
Yes, well, he's probably offline right now. Yeah, he went offline. He's asleep.
All right. But yeah, that's an absolutely cursed layout on a massive ship. So
Yep. If he hadn't gone offline, I would be like, yeah, tell him directly right now. Or you can try to wake him up and just tell him directly. Like, hey, you, wake up. Your ship design is bad.
not bad, cursed.
Okay, fair point.
Hey, you wake up. Your ship is bad. Imagine being woken up and someone does that to you.
You wake up, you can't build ship.
Your shipbuilding license has been revoked.
Did I ever get a 2-meter offset? No, I didn't.
You are
Oh,
boat
God.
license.
Oh god, what's
What?
happening with Connor on the Ruler Waves 2 Discord?
Oh god.
He changed his name again, and it's not...
Contact Kessen's newly wed.
Of course Connor's doing that.
I guess we know who was the other side of the affair.
Why is that the server drama of the Ruler Waves 2 server?
I don't know, but I love it. It's so stupid. It's great.
I
It's
mean,
great
hey, at
because
least it's like not actual server drama.
yeah, it's quote unquote server drama, quote unquote. Not actually very dramatic.
Their lives are so devoid of meaning that they have to fictionally create drama just to feel something. That might have been a little mean.
Yeah, probably. I'm laying down some deck guides that I can just straight up give the stern all of its internal workings. Oh god! Propellers! Oh no. Propellers suck. Oh god. Alright, time to do that. Sorry, what?
I don't know.
You were... Alright, 2 propellers or 4?
4. It's a battleship. Why would it have 2? What battleship had 2 propellers?
Nelson?
Well, this thing can go fast. Nelson couldn't go fast.
Also KGB, I think.
No, the KGVs didn't have 2 propellers. What the? Hold up. KGV class battleship. Did they? No, they had 4. KGV said 4.
Alright.
If I look up the Nelson class, just to double check this,
The Nelsons did have 2.
yeah, Nelsons had 2, because they were slow. Nelsons were
slow.
slow boys. Or slow girls, or whatever.
I love how we immediately went for the exact same joke. I take great amusement in that. Alright, so this is gonna be a cancerously fast ship.
This is like 28 knots, right? 27, 28? Oh no, the
Yes.
Manitobas can go 30. Ooh, do we want to have the propellers that high, or do we want to lower them down 1 block?
I want to keep them that high because that's where they allow them to kill.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, they align 2 blocks higher than the keel, but generally still, they're pretty low in the water. They're pretty low anyways, so I'd keep them.
Okay.
I will do all the fun stuff later. I'm going to install the not propellers, the rudders.
So I would normally go there.
Okay, so now I need to do this. I'm sorry for breaking your very nice stern.
That's fine. Just working with it. And besides, of the 2 sections you broke, one of them isn't even of much consequence. Like, that's pretty easy to just put stuff over. We can, we can mimic it. We should probably... I'll mess with the shafts later to fix stuff. Because we should probably put a mimic down at one point. Like, say, you know what? Here's my thought, is that... I'll get the mimics later. Don't bring in the mimics yet, we bring in the mimics later. Okay, so I want to get, like, all the transition... or all the... below transition stuff worked out, and then actually place down the transitionary blocks. Okay, so this would be... like... this, and then we do this. And here it's just kind of flat. And here I can kind of get rid of this. Actually, no, I should probably keep that in. You know what? Let's get rid of it. Okay, you know what? This will need to scoot out to the side.
I'm going to really quickly bring the raft up, because I'm getting swamped.
Okay, I'm not, but I've already brought the raft up. Okay.
I'm like right on the keel, so.
Yeah, and one other thing I'm gonna do, since I do have that North Carolina model, one set of the propeller shafts, the inner one, is actually gonna be a bit encased too. So that'll look
Okay.
interesting. Maybe
I don't know how you're gonna.
don't build the rudder so close to the propeller. Move it back a little bit, I would say. I'll get that solved when I'll get that problem solved when I get that problem solved.
The floor
I
here
don't think
is
I need
made
to
of
say
floor.
anymore. My audio has cut out spontaneously. I hate this cable. Hold on. Nope. Alright, my cable has died, I think.
Oh god.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, keep talking. I
The
briefly
missile
heard
knows
you.
where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. And by obtaining the differential
Oh god. Okay, so right now I'm having to literally hold my cable to hear you talk.
that is not good.
Talk.
That is ungood.
Okay, this isn't working. So what I'm gonna do is... yeah, this cable's broken. It's dying. And I knew that its lifespan was limited. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be right back right now, and I actually ordered a replacement cable a couple of days ago. So I'm gonna get my headset working again, and I'm gonna be able to keep hearing this. So I'm just gonna replace the cable, and I'll be right back.
And now you are all stuck with me, I think. If you can hear me. need to edit these rudders. Angle control, yeah. Left, extra drive. Maybe we need to have some secondary rudders or an auxiliary rudder. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Testing, testing, 112. Hello. I installed 3 rudders. Yes. So I've installed 2 actual main rudders and a third auxiliary,
There we go.
like an emergency rudder. There you go. Good.
Okay, cool. Why would you need a third emergency rudder? That doesn't make sense.
Basically, when the steering gear gets knocked out, this is slightly smaller and can hopefully turn the
There's
ship at
not
least
one
somewhat.
on North Carolina, so...
Yeah, but quite a few actual ships did have them. Hold on a second.
If you can find me an example.
I know Yamato had one, but it was really small. A lot of Japanese ships, I think, had auxiliary rudders.
Well, this would be American built, so...
Yeah, Hiei lost her emergency rudder and began to show list stern. Uh, I was thinking it'd be a pretty good idea.
Oh my god, the floating point errors are so bad here. Alright. I am so glad, though, that well, I mean, I wouldn't call it, but I did say that I knew that my, headset was not... Or my headset wire was just not gonna last much longer. Just by how it had been acting. So it's just like, you know what? Why don't I get a new one?
If you take a look at the, Vanguard have... Pretty sure Vanguard had an emergency rudder.
Well, that would be built later than this ship, so... Vanguard would have been... You know, 19... something or other, 1950-ish, sure. Right?
Finished. She was started during World War II.
Yeah, but these ships were started, you know... These ships were finished in, like, 1930, or not 1930, 1938 to 1940, I believe?
A lot of... Yeah, but at the time, ships like Hiei, I think pretty much the entire Congo class, had emergency rudders. So it's not unrealistic that a ship of size would have an emergency rudder.
Well, it doesn't seem that realistic for an American-built ship at the time.
I mean, I guess, but
That's kind of the issue.
she is on an order from... She is ordered from America for
Yeah.
Canada, not specifically...
Yeah, but I haven't seen any American or British ships, which, I mean, I guess Vanguard could technically have one, but during this time period they didn't historically. So I don't think she would have an emergency rudder.
I was just thinking that an emergency rudder would be a good idea.
This is a 2 meter to
Because
3 meter slope.
in-game rudders do like to pop off. That said, I think U.S. ships did have skegs. South Dakota. Sodak had skegs, yep.
Wait, what are skegs? Again?
Basically, they're the things that wrap around the propeller shafts.
Yep.
Keep debris from messing them up.
Yeah, I see that North Carolina had something like that, so I am going to add one of those to her.
Basically, it's like this vertical element. Also provides structural support. No, thinking of just installing them for the propeller shafts, anyways.
Let me just alt print screen you a screenshot here, because that sentence made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. I will add those on. Pretty shortly. I'm gonna get the basic shaping done, and then I'm gonna add them.
We'll start adding them now.
I think it's okay if we do the basic shaping first. I'm gonna do...
Well, it does usually help to have mirror mode on when doing stuff.
do something weird here. Okay, so this will be a slight amount of slight amount of additional staggering, because it's just barely not working. I did get rid of the be right back screen, right? No, I didn't.
Oops. Press F to pay respects.
Okay, there we go. That's fixed.
2 meter instead. 4 meter.
Okay, so... think... No, hold on. Okay, because I need to do... I'm trying to think about what shape this needs to be, because if I only do that... No, that would work. That would work. Then I need to... Oh, okay, I see which 2 blocks I need to put these on. Just had to mentally work that out.
Okay, now. Front. What? Oh my god.
Come on. There we go. And it's like slightly misaligned and I'm not sure why. Is that how bad the floating point errors are?
What?
Oh, the floating point errors were weird.
If you're copying and pasting prefabs, then that's just what happens, honestly.
I mean, it was more copy and pasting, what are these? These parts. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I see where I screwed up. Because you aren't supposed to be 1.45, you're supposed to be 1.5. Apply with mirror. You know what? Just delete. 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 Get rid of the mirror mode. Alright. You. No, not you. Alright, no, that is fine. That. That and that. Now toggle on mirror mode, and I'm just gonna duplicate all those to the other side. What? I pressed N, not B. I must have accidentally pressed B. It's like right next to N. Oh, hey, you have added them on. Those look good. That was actually very similar to what I was thinking, so yeah. I guess the only real improvement is you make the back straight rather than sloped. But other than that, yeah, they're good. And that rudder stretches down really far. We might want to not have it stretch down quite that far. You don't need an addition. I don't think you need an additional one of these on. Actually, no, that looks good. That looks good. Never mind. Yeah, do that. That's actually looking really good. I was like, I was questioning it, and then you place that down. It's just like, oh, wait, hold on.
The method has madness to it, but it's organized. Okay, that was it. Okay, please. Okay, there we go. There's a method to this madness, I swear.
Okay, so oh yeah, I need to just copy and paste all these over to the other side. Fly with mirror. Fly with mirror. I think these were the two we already had, but I'm still gonna do it just in case. Honestly, I kind of wonder if Ryan Szymanski got into realistic building and from the depths, what the hell would he build?
Well, one of my guesses is gonna be New Jersey.
Okay, so this needs to be color 1,
Nope.
then a 4-meter transition, right?
Decoration. Apply with mirror.
Inverted triangle corner. And then apply that with mirror. I'm just gonna prefab this piece and move it. Oh god, that was not what I wanted to do. What? Oh. Now apply it with mirror. God damn it, me. Why am I so bad at this? Alright, I need a 3-meter inverted triangle corner. And 2-meter. I can just do this and select the mirror mesh. And then over here I need the 3-meter, it looks like. So take you. And now I need the alloy triangle corner 3-meter, and we'll be good. Other one. Oh wait, select mirror mesh and apply with mirror. Nope, that needs to be a 4-meter. God damn it. I am not doing well at this today.
So, what's your favorite superhero movie?
I don't watch superhero movies.
Okay.
That
Ooh.
is a weird thing to say. I know. In today's society.
We live in a society.
I actually need to bother watching some superhero movies at some point. I know I've seen like parts of the Avengers.
What, like, general type of movies do you like to watch?
Not really any right now.
There you go, we got
My
those.
entertainment is building these ships day in and day out until I die.
That's some serious Squidward energy in it. We go to work, we cook patties, do this for 40 years, then we die. Like, okay, I guess.
I'm gonna trim off the bottom of the rudder. I don't think it looks that great. I think I'm gonna like the rudders being 1 block shorter than they are. Yeah, it looks more like a proper rudder. Save the vehicle again. Okay. And then here, I need... What? Do I need? I need a 2 to 1 meter transition. I need this. And now like 1 meter, 2 meter, and put that in. 1 meter to 2 meter slope transition.
Alloy pull 4 meter, 0.55.
Right, and then this just needs to be, 2 long. And look at that stern now! Aside from one section. Don't look at the stern yet. That is, this section here needs improvement. So... How do I want
Go,
to do this?
props done.
Oh, I see how.
Part of that rudder is messed up.
Oh yeah, I lowered the rudders down, if you didn't hear, but I need to fix them still. Because I wanted to... They were 1 block too tall.
Good looking stern.
Do this. Apply with mirror. And then these guys need to be triangle 4 meter corners. And now apply that with mirror. And yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. That's a pretty hot stern.
Yes, bomb shoot. No, bomb shoot. There we go.
Thank you, Admiral Byrd, for overseeing this ship's construction. Now we gotta get the bow done. And this is gonna be an absolute mess as well. There's half of me which
God.
wants to spawn in St. Lawrence to take a look at her bow, and part of me which doesn't. I'm gonna go grab sugar, because there's no other way, or not sugar, just a candy of some sort, because there's no other way I'm gonna make it through building this. I only muted myself on Discord, hold on.
have a BTE specifically for the purpose of just dropping and, using. Perhaps I should do that now. BTE then. BTE Nox. Okay. Good. Welcome
Bright
back
red
to the
candy
land of the
fish.
living.
Oh, I keep forgetting to get rid of the be right back screen. I have a little candy fish now. Red candy fish. Ah, goddammit. Eating blanket stuck. Why are you stuck? Don't be stuck. There we go. Alright, we need to get this done.
Indeed. I'm currently installing the actual propulsion module. Oh, propulsion systems,
Okay.
i.e. big vertical triple expansion engines. As that's very period correct. Right?
Right. Alright, so then... Oh, big vertical triple expansions. I guess that's legal.
The US did use BTEs for an extended period of time.
Yeah, but, to be fair, 1939 is a little bit too late for that.
You're never too late to follow your dreams.
You know what? Interesting tech idea for a Rule the Waves 2 playthrough. A run where you disable the steam turbine tech. Steam turbines never get invented. Everything's run on triple expansions. Actually,
Sounds
turn off...
like sounds like everything goes very slowly.
I guess also turn off, Oh man, I have not mirrored this.
And
I'll manually fix it, and then I'll mirror it. I guess turn on... or what was it? Turn off diesel engines as well. Just everything forever runs on triple expansions.
no, coal. Everything has to run on coal.
Oh god.
That actually sounds like a fun playthrough.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who thinks that?
Yeah, that would be fun. I mean... I want to do a playthrough where I can't research anything at some point. I have a zero... or I have to have my research on 0%. And I'm strongly considered... I'm also strongly considering not allowing myself to purchase any technologies.
Honestly, zero research, but you can purchase tech game sounds pretty interesting.
That sounds fun. But not allowing yourself to purchase tech means you have to get it all through spying. And that also sounds interesting. That's what I love about Rule the Waves 2, is that you can set up all kinds of various just stupid scenarios. And they'll usually be fun.
Yeah. I've still been meaning to basically just turn the in-game CV IDEs into battleships. See how the AI reacts.
So you want basically no carrier
Yes.
era.
Yes. World of Waves 1, but with all the benefits of World of Waves 2. Because RTW2 is a generally better game. So what kind? Oh yeah, you have Swedish fish.
Yeah.
Swedish fish.
It's just candy fish, yeah. Assume you've had them or not had them.
I have had Swedish fish before.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry. All right, ready to fire up the boilers?
Sure, I guess.
First off, I'm gonna install fuel and it should be good. We are leaking steam. Do not worry. This is very
Normal? Nominal?
yes. Yes, that means the steam engines are That means they're boiling.
Mhm.
Don't worry, I just left the kettle on by accident. It's a somewhat hot kettle.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna kind of gradually slope this back. I'm gonna be a little weird about how I do it. This might actually work as a whole form. Okay, so I'll do this 3 times and then we'll start transitioning the bottom over to something smarter. Actually, I'll do that here.
Now time to make the engine room look a bit less awful.
Oh my god, stop doing that, me.
Oh, sorry, what happened?
Oh no, I did some stuff and couldn't undo it.
Okay.
And was like, oh, I'm being stupid. Stop accidentally deleting blocks, me. Okay.
I'm going to put down a Kilroy was here sign somewhere.
Just hide that somewhere in the, lower hull. So, okay, so
Yeah.
these ships would have been completed, if I recall correctly, in the 1939 to 1942 period. Would that be correct for that?
Kilroy was here? Yeah. It's around in World War One.
Okay, fine. That could be in any of the ships.
Yeah. Also, little Easter eggs are just fun to add.
Yeah. I was just making sure it was period appropriate. I didn't remember when it had first come into use.
We here at Spore Industries ensure our Easter eggs are very period appropriate.
Okay, so the bow is getting very sloped back. It is starting to achieve a similar look to what I actually want for it.
That should be good. The term room temperature superconductor sounds like a band name. Doesn't it?
Yeah, kinda.
Not important.
Okay.
I'm just gonna tell you if ping or if an undo is important or not.
Okay, that can work. You know what I think the best blocking from the depths is right now? For hall
What?
building? I
What?
honestly think the best blocking from the depths right now for hall building is like the 4-meter offset. I love that thing so much.
Yeah, okay, so the 3-meter bearing casing is probably one of my favorite blocks because it just looks good.
Okay. Let's see that.
It's I love using it wherever I can. Honestly, this game has some real good meshes in places.
Okay, so if I recall correctly, I need that there, that there. That needs to be a 3. Am I getting good enough at shipbuilding just be able to churn out hulls like this?
Well,
Just
you
quick.
practice. If you're practicing, then yes. And building a ton of ships is definitely practice.
Yep.
So I would say yes.
It's getting to the point where, especially with bows, I'm questioning myself a lot less now than I used to. On the other hand, with sterns,
Sterns are always hard, honestly.
sterns are goddamn impossible. Okay, I'm questioning myself again. God damn it. I'm gonna slightly bulb, or I'm gonna have a slight bulb at the front of the bow.
Okay.
Although I'm not completely sure that the North Carolina model is accurate, but oh, it is. I just really badly interpreted it.
Very slight bulbous bow.
Alright, so
Okay, good. I was really, really hoping that I had mirror mode on. It's one of life's great fears. You make 100 changes to something and you forgot mirror mode.
oh. Alright, so
Then the
then
moment you start questioning whether or not it's worth it to undo or just, give up. Also, I don't know why I'm making it possible to actually traverse the engine room. Because I just am, in this case.
okay. We probably shouldn't do that. Okay, so I know what I'm gonna do there. Okay. Okay, so I need to do this.
Saved, by the way.
Okay.
I just realized it would be really easy to save this.
Okay, so I'll convert that into the slightly bulbous bow.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Kilroy was here.
You're adding that now?
Yes. Actually, in a couple places. Makes it more authentic.
So what are your thoughts about building, or Once we have the hull done and the superstructure done, we then take it and change it slightly for like the second and third ships in the class, because this will be the first class of battleship we can actually build.
Give me a second. Apparently, SVGs, it doesn't load them. So, .svg.png. Beautiful.
Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to do 4 meter to 3 meter transition like this.
Second, let me just do this. Open original.
Or I want to do this. That was a very slight bulbous bow. I should have thought about that before I copy and paste. Alright, so now we do have that very, very slight bulbous bow in.
Ah, okay. Okay. Here, 109.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna just try to place a bunch vertically here. Beam like that, and then that. Okay, yeah, that works.
Don't worry about seam links. Same with the man-eating mantises. Jack actually will give you a bounty if you hunt them down.
I'm good, thanks.
Don't you want to hunt down some flesh-eating mantises?
No, not really.
Oh, come on, we'll give you 45 bucks.
It just winds up being a normal mantis, which is just regularly fed, or fed human flesh. No, it's just a regular mantis, which is very, very slowly consuming a person.
It's a mantis with the blood of a certain white rabbit in it.
Oh.
Now, unfortunately, Monty Python isn't a thing yet. Or
Yeah.
wouldn't have been a thing when the ship was built, so...
Nope. When did they become a thing again?
90s, I think.
No, that's way too late.
Yeah.
That's
Sadly.
Oh,
Imagine Monty Python.
I'm looking it up. Monty Python, British. First aired in 1969.
Nice. But yeah, bit too late.
Yeah.
To be fair, this is a later refit. How late did she serve into?
Well, our series kind of ended in like 1960. Although more put on hiatus than anything, but
So she could still be in service during 1969.
yeah, it's very probable. Assuming
Yeah,
that they don't get sunk. Because
so there is a
we ended
likelihood
on a
that...
war. We actually ended on a war.
That's cruel.
Yeah, because Slash didn't want to keep playing the game. He got burnt out on it.
That's also, yeah, actually, that's pretty valid.
Yeah. And it sounds like he's not going to play until it gets the update. It's just like, oh, come on. We need to finish the series. I think the problem was the battles were just taking so long towards the end.
I can see that.
As you know, 20s. Or not the 20s, the 50s and 60s. But yeah, the war, this really good war was in like 57? 1954 through 57. And they did, all the ships of this class actually survived, so...
I'd say a month marathon reference or two sprinkled around wouldn't hurt.
It's too early. We're about a full decade too early.
So what
Hmm?
what fun reference could be made that would also fit within the time period?
I don't know if there is a good one for that.
I'm just imagining Kilroy is here, like painted on the bottom of the ship somehow. Some unlucky sailor, or very lucky sailor, depending on your viewpoint, has to dive under the ship to repaint it every day.
Oh god. And just keeps coming back.
Yeah.
Like, they can't figure out what's doing it. You know what? In the 50s, could they actually get a security camera down there? I don't think so. They might.
Under the waterline, in the under the hull.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, you might be. I don't know.
probably, yeah.
You might be able to get a
Probably.
waterproof camera at that point in time. I mean, it wouldn't be, high resolution or anything, but
You also wouldn't see anything because it would be quite dark.
Yeah.
But
it's like
That
it
was-
keeps appearing in one specific spot,
yeah,
and then it winds up being like a trained fish or something.
no, not just one fish. An entire like network of a conspiracy. It's a worldwide conspiracy of fish.
And then eventually they'll, worldwide fish conspiracy. Oh god. You had to make that pun.
It's all just paint Kilroy was here on this one ship.
They are, what was I gonna say? They're waiting for the dolphins to leave.
So long, and thanks for all the fish. Alright, so with TDS, the inner layer is just going to be fuel storage.
Okay?
Because that's a really good place to put fuel, and that's also where fuel is put historically, so... You know.
Okay. I have not done all of this yet like I need to.
I have so long as, and thanks for all the fish stuck in my head
Oh
now.
no.
Good job,
I
brain.
made one joke about it.
Yeah.
Indirectly. And that did it.
Yeah. Well, your world's about to be destroyed. There's no point getting all annoyed. Sit back and let the world dissolve around you. It's a really good song.
Look at how much of the bow is starting to be done. She's taking shape.
Oh,
She's
wow.
recognizably a ship now.
Yeah. I'm gonna lay down the interior decks now. Urge to sing Rising.
No,
Or
resist it.
hum, at least.
Resist
That's
it.
what it's Rising. That means I
Resist
must
it.
use willpower. Gotta make a willpower check.
Will a coin flip count?
Not very granular, but I mean, I guess. All right, making a fill.
Okay, imagine D&D, but instead of dice, you only have coin flips.
Someone's done that,
Um,
probably.
You're probably not wrong.
Even better, it's not just like a coin flip where it's one or two results. It's you make 10 coin flips and add the results.
Or it's something like where you have just a dozen coins on the table. It's like, okay, flipping them all now. We'll see what the result is. Oh, hey, it's a 6 again.
You flip one coin. Oh boy, a 4! Wait, how are you getting a 4?
That's. I mean, count the number of heads, so.
Well, yeah.
You can get 4. With 4 heads and 8 tails.
One coin, though.
Oh, yeah, one coin.
That's the joke.
Oh,
Yes, I'm gonna install TDS into the bow-ish. Very thin.
But imagine how good a nat 12 would be. With, like, 12 coins.
Nat 12?
Yeah, if all 12 of them wound up heads. That would be so rare and be like that. Oh, hey, everything's perfect. Actually, you know what? This might fix D&D, because it might, push or trend all the results more towards an average. And then
Yeah, but
have
that's
exceptional circumstances be very rare.
That's kind of how it works with actual D&D. A lot of results are in the 10s.
Yeah, that would be fair. That's like, what, 2 dice per roll? How many dice is it per roll? Like,
It's just 1d20.
oh, 1d20.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's still a 1 out of 20 chance of doing something remarkable.
Yeah, there's you'd be surprised how many times a d20 is going to be rolled the moment your DM thinks, oh, they're not going to get this. They'll need a d20 for this to get this roll perfectly. So, yeah, that exact series of events happens to the Frontier's Wake D&D team. It was great.
Alright.
I'm
gonna
Kaz
smooth...
just like, hey, we need you would need a d20 to roll this perfectly. And so we sat around for like 20 minutes, pooling our resources in order to make like the perfect chance for a roll. Make the roll, and there's a 1 in 20 chance of this roll even doing anything.
And it did it?
D20. D20. It was great. But, like, seriously, it was absolutely amazing.
Okay.
Honestly, D&D is super fun with friends.
I haven't really played it. I think I've created a character like twice and then never used them. Because I have ships to build instead. What even was that whisper? What did I turn into?
You just aggressively whispered that you have to build.
I really hope the stream might pick that up. This
I
would be
heard it, so-
hilarious if the stream like missed that because it was like below the noise gate or something. And
Oh
then
my god, we're over here dying
Yeah.
as a result of, to the result of a whisper that nobody can hear. That would be hilarious.
I've got ships to build. How's that? Not a whisper, but
Sounds like a goblin.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out what I was looking for, and it's like, oh yeah, it's the triangle corner. All right, that was why I wasn't selecting anything. Okay, that's kind of not working anymore.
Now TDS installed, i.e., just some metal bits.
Okay.
Not even metal.
Alright, so alloy inverted triangle corner 4 meters. Inverted. There we go, left 4 meters. There we go, cool.
Cross base installed.
Ah. That was one of my blankets which just fell on the floor.
I didn't
Probably
hear anything.
Nobody did. I don't want it to be on the floor. It's far
Yeah,
warmer
that-
to not have it on the floor.
Yeah, that does tend to happen. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I mean, look at the forward bow now. I've got like one section I need to fix.
I love the use of the term forward bow because it implies the term of an aftward bow.
Yes, we just have an aftward bow as well. There's just, we don't have any propellers on our ship. We just have 2 bows.
No, we have a
convey-
sail. We have sails.
You see, our ship is designed to move in either direction. We just don't have any propulsion to make that happen.
Yes. Oh, God. So, how'd you spend most of today? Because it's
Asleep.
Memorial Day, or it was Memorial Day.
Asleep.
That's alright, fair enough, I guess. Oh! Daytime! Oh no.
Oh yeah, the sun has started to rise, right.
The heretical sun.
Get out of my life, son!
But Dad!
I am not your father. You are a giant flaming ball of gas which has existed for billions of years. Get out of my sight. Imagine this. Okay, this sounds like some sort of stupid animated video that would have been on YouTube like 10 years ago.
I'd have watched that video.
There's like a 25% chance I would have watched that video.
Yeah. God, I can't wait for fuel to start fires. Because, I mean, you hit the TDS, half the ship's gonna catch on fire.
When will that happen?
No idea, but I can't wait for it. Alright, when in doubt, just spam trusses.
Oh no, don't spam trusses in the torpedo defense.
There's empty room. Empty space.
Don't do it. I want the torpedo defense to look good when damaged, because these ships probably will take a torpedo at some point. I mean, actually, it's probably an inevitability that they'll take... It's almost certainly an inevitability that they will. I'd have to look through it again, but yeah, one of these ships is gonna have to get torpedoed at some point. There are a lot of torpedoes slung around in the war. There's no way that's avoidable. I heard a fill command. I'm disappointed in you,
Why?
because I'm pretty certain those were trusses.
No. They're alloy slopes.
Oh, that's fine. Never mind. I'm not
Yeah.
disappointed in you.
Little does he know, it was actually trusses disguised as alloy slopes.
Alright, so currently I believe we are 153 meters long, correct? Yeah, or not 100, 253. And we still have a bulbous bow. Well, not bulbous bow. We still have a bow we need to build. We still have a stern we need to build. But hey, we're actually getting to the water line now.
I just imagine the Phil command as, hi, Phil Swift here! And he's just here to present how he can fill a boat up with his new patented flex fill technology.
We'll go back to that North Carolina model.
Flex torpedo.
World of Warships and see how best to do this.
Show you how
What's
well flex torpedoes work. I blew this boat in half. Don't worry, these aren't trusses.
Are we... So, are we gonna put it back together again? No!
No!
What did I in that point?
We'll use
Why did I
ice
use
tape.
that voice?
Little Billy. Little Billy. Poor little Billy. He thinks we're gonna put the boat back together. No, we're not. No, we're not. Why would we put a boat that we sawed in half back together? It's just crazy talk, little Billy.
But it'll be a sad boat.
Good.
Don't make the boat sad. What does that voice even sound like?
It sounds like a 3-year-old.
Okay,
oh
so
god.
it is sounding exactly like how I'm thinking it sounds, or how it sounds to
no,
myself.
I'm gonna have to install blocks. Anyways, time to do a thing. Would you like to know what the thing is?
Please don't be trusses.
Well, at least just start building a ship entirely out of trusses.
Alright, so that's like 6 meters of freeboard in the back. Yeah, that's 6 meters of freeboard in the back. I don't think that's enough. I'm gonna modify this. Actually, I have a weird shape, because we probably shouldn't completely steal the North Carolina design. I'm gonna reapply connection rules so I can sever most of this back end.
Steal her look. Oh god, I have to install the fuel! Ah!
There we go.
Oh, that actually hurts me. That physically harms me.
Alright, I'm gonna do this twice, and then I'm gonna, above this, put a slightly weirdly shaped deck transition thingy.
Do you have enough resources?
What?
Do you think we have enough resources on board? I think we should have some more.
I don't know. Yeah, that's 5. I'm gonna do a slightly sloped inward or slope backward stern. Like that. Alright, so we are now how long? That is the multiplayer starter raft. That is not the boat we are on. 255. I'm gonna save the vehicle. And actually go to it. We still need to get the turrets done. I mean, we got the quad done. I guess we can always put the turret barbettes in once I get everything up to the deck done. Because, you know, even if the turrets right now aren't great,
Receiving.
I can still fix that later. Alright, now I'm sitting in here. Oh, you have a seat with a wheel and we can't access the top because of where it is.
That's just for me to check out how the rotors work.
Okay. I think I'm having to cough a little bit because I've talked, or do that little cough because I've talked in other voices enough.
If I can imitate a Mickey Mouse voice, I would totally do so just to make a joke.
I don't think I can do that. There's certain qualities in my voice I can shift, and there's certain qualities in my voice I can't shift. Alright, so although we have all these decks, we are going to have to carve barbettes through them. That's just a weird realization.
Yeah, probably gonna have to. And that's gonna suck.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to get the locations of the turrets in very soon. But it is very nice to be, you know, building the hull right now, and as soon as I have the hull done, I'm just gonna look up and be like, oh yeah.
Bird.
No, like the
Bird.
rest of the ship's done. Well, not the rest of the ship, but like all the internals and stuff are done. Because I suck at internals.
Oh my god, that battle just looks so good.
Yeah. That took a lot of effort.
Yeah, and it looks incredible.
Alright, so then I'm gonna do one here, and then one here. And then... No, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna do one here.
I'm going to save real quick.
Probably smart.
And I might need to be heading off right around 7-ish.
Which is in an hour for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in an hour. Unfortunately, work does exist, and I have to deal with it.
Yep.
Hmm.
Hopefully we can get the main bat, or the main bat installed today. Or maybe not main bat, but like the barbettes installed. Because it shouldn't take me too long to work on the upper portion of the hull, except on the bow. But on the stern it should be nice.
So I'm thinking we could have the belt taper inwards as well, or above the waterline. At least for the deck just above. So it would look kind of like this. What do you think?
I can't see it right now. Give me a moment. Ooh, like, On the outside of the ship?
Or,
Or on the
well, no, on
inside?
the inside.
Maybe a couple blocks higher than that, but yeah. Keep seeing my view counter like occasionally go up to 4 and then just drops back down to 3. Please don't tell me I have to be right back up. No, I don't. Thank goodness.
So what about this for the felt height?
What? Belt height?
This, yeah.
That could work.
All right, I'm going to specifically make a section of belts out of the ship, so you can see the full extent of the ship's belt. There you go.
Okay, you are gonna hate how I put down some of these blocks on this ship.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
So some of this isn't being smoothed out. I probably should bother with that too at some point, but I haven't bothered with it on other ships, so I'm not sure if I want to bother with it here.
Real quick, do you want to just drop into the water, see how fast it goes?
We can do that, sure.
All right, save. Just real quick.
There you go, Manitoba is saved.
Not bad for a hull with no water line.
Yeah, 24 meters per second, that's acceptable. 25. I mean, we're pretty elevated out of the water. So yeah, we might be able to go faster in the future. Once the ship's more in the water.
Now, once she's more in the water, she's going to drop to like maybe 12
12
or
meters.
so.
Well, I mean, right now the propellers are partially out of the water, so I don't think we're getting the most amount of thrust out of them that we can. Which is why I'm thinking we'll get a small speed increase followed by a decrease.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Alright, so if we actually look at the actual drawing for, the Manitoba, she does supposedly have a cut-down stern. Should we do that, or should we not?
I guess it's up to you. Because I'm thinking, the secbat under the catapults would be a lot easier to do if the aft turret was deck lower, was deck down.
Yeah, let's do that then. I'm gonna reduce her freeboard by 1 meter. Or her aft freeboard by 1 meter. And I'm just gonna use a nice little prefab tool for this.
Why not do it by 2 meters?
I think that would be a little too low.
Maybe. All right. Basically, I'm
So
thinking
her
you have a
stern will
2
be a
meter.
little. Her stern will be 1 block lower than it is currently, but it might be more blocks lower than that in the bow. I'll just build up the bow larger.
The fun fact is that most of Manitoba's spaces are flooded right now.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna gain speed then in the future. And then lose it all again. Because we're cruel.
Has to go
We're
on a diet.
cruel, cruel shipbuilders.
Turning off the only pump on board. Yeah, she's gonna have to go on a diet after a while.
There we go. I cut down the stern as singular blocks. That should work a little better. So I've given us a little bit of a uniquely shaped stern. I think that'll work. Oh, we're heading right to Jasper again. Right to Admiral Byrd.
The bib.
With the party hat. He was ready to party that day. That was like a week ago. Alright, my dad's birthday's in like a couple of days. I should probably make sure that the party hat's still ready to go on him. How is this starting to actually resemble a ship already?
In the water. Water line being installed,
That's...
or freeboard being installed.
Okay. Want to shut off the engine so we can do more work?
Yeah.
We still have a lot of compartmentalization to do forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now I need to work on her forward bow and figure out how it's going to be shaped. So we're going to have like 2 to 3 blocks difference from the stern, and then a little bit more. Because it's just kind of how this works.
So what kind of secondary battery turret?
Probably
To be installed.
American 5-inch.
Well, I have one then.
Well, I think. Well, you made one for the Olympia, right?
That's a 4-inch.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Get me there, I believe. No. We have 6 meters of freeboard, right? Yeah.
Also, I mean, this turret looks good and should fit.
5. Then this would be 6, 7.
That said, it is all on color 0 and not color 1, so... Or color 3.
How long is the ship now? It is 260 blocks long. I have been perfect in my calculations. Which I guesstimated, but perfect! I predicted it perfectly how many blocks I needed to remove for how many blocks I would gain above the water line.
Oh god, the bow is going to be so interesting to look at. Because you're going to have that... You're going to flare it out quite a bit, aren't you?
Yep.
Oh boy.
So I'm going to be careful about this here. Okay, so now this layer is technically 3 above when I probably only want it to be 2, or... I mean, I'll keep that portion 3 above, but we are going to have some bow flare, so it's going to wind up only being 2 above in the end.
I'm thinking maybe we should, once this hull is finished, reuse it for, like, Constellation.
No, too big.
Hmm.
Too big for Connie. Too big for that. It might... We could reuse it as the hull for Florida.
Alright.
I'd have to check on Savannah again, what her mass was. Let me scroll up. I know I sent you photos of them at one point. There we go. I'm up a little higher.
Spain is 38,000.
Yeah, Florida is
39,000. Florida is,
51,000. So Florida could probably be built on a shortened version of this hull. Or this hull exactly. Because this might be... Like, the only major difference Florida might have over this hull is less armor and, you know, maybe less draft, and we probably don't care about that as much, so we could probably get away with that.
ABXY triples, 16 5-inch guns. Yeah. Florida should work.
Yeah.
I am, however, rapidly losing the ability to stay awake very well. So, it might be a good idea to I'll call it a night for now.
And come back to this later.
Let's just see real quick. How does this look with just with the wedge with the wedged bow?
No. I don't think-
Alright.
Okay, so I'm thinking we do. Just to show how difficult this is going to be to shape. We're gonna start with this. And eventually I'm gonna cut this down by a layer. This is, I believe, 3 higher.
You're gonna have a spin block bow?
Yep.
Can I say maybe the final bit of the platform on the bow should be on the spin block bow instead of on the actual main hull?
I'm thinking we'll have it on the main hull and then merge it. I've done this before with St. Lawrence. St.
Okay.
Lawrence has a similar bow shape to this. So St. Lawrence was a very North Carolina inspired ship. The only issue was I had to figure out how to make her look like she was built in Britain. It's looking a little too thin. I think it is.
Compartmentalizing the interior?
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I was just largely trying to shift this down a block too. Actually, I think once I have the this shape done, I should be able to consider where to put the turrets. Okay, you know what? Of course, there will be some modifications to this bow in the future. Okay, so at this point, if I just go up like this, do I get there? I get past there. Interesting. Although, given how this is shaped, I'm going to do this instead. Oh no, that didn't work as well as I wanted it to. Okay, that is like the ideal shape.
AS warning, doing a big fill. Doing a giant fill swift.
Okay, so you can already see the bow shape we're gonna have.
Currently in the depths of the ship, installing the decks, so can't yet.
This is gonna have a very deep draft. How? Okay, because North Carolina's only 10 meters. This is 11 meters. I believe this is 11 meters, right? I need to just double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so it is 11 meters, and then this is like 9 meters of forward freeboard, right? Or no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Yeah, 10 meters. That's pretty even. Get it to float right, this will be fine. Alright, so we might wind up cutting some of this down in the future. But for now, that's looking good. I'll get the full outline done, and then I think it's a good time to try to figure out where to place the turrets. Although I'm not completely sure all this is going to get filled in the meantime, unfortunately. Actually, I was trying to get this top outline done, but I might as well just try to fill in these whole squares for now. Hey, you've reactivated that tractor beam again, haven't you?
Hmm.
I can see the ship getting tugged. So look at how difficult the bow shaping is going to be on a lot of this.
Yeah.
That's going to get rough. This is going to get rough very quickly. Hey, hopefully I'll be able to handle it.
We were both just deposited into the triple.
Both just what? I completely missed that.
We were just deposited into the triple turret.
Oh. Well, I'm building the ship, so I couldn't see.
Anyways, the quad is finished? Because it looks like the others are. Oh.
Yeah, the others
Oh,
are
I
not.
see.
One is being worked on, one isn't finished. They're both gonna need to be converted to alloy. But let me get them in place then. Because I might as well. So, save... No, save the sub-object. Yeah,
Yeah, get
16
them in
times
place,
4.
I'll start placing down the armor guides, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Alright, so I've saved those two turrets. So I need the 16-inch times 4. And I'll still place down the times 2 as a guide. But... yeah. Okay, so deck level is going to be here. At what point is it wide enough to get this turret in? Probably there.
That's gonna leave not much room for the funnels and everything.
A couple blocks forward, you think? Like there?
Well, let me just specify the absolute room taken up by the funnels, i.e., just
Oh yeah,
hey,
that
this
won't be.
is how far ahead and how far forwards the funnel space is gonna need.
Yeah.
Um,
Although we can always just shift them over a couple blocks if we need to. So,
yeah.
I need my 16-inch times 2. Where's my 16? Oh, it's in the Canada file. Okay.
Checking.
Okay, need to shift our Yeah, we might need to shift our funnels around a little bit. And we can place this a little closer to the stern than I normally would. Though, maybe here-ish. The aft turret. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking for the main battery placement. I wouldn't place the deck in necessarily. Try to get the barbettes in. Rather. Because that's what we need to do. Let me actually save this object a little differently. Okay, so I saved it over my previous turret. Or previous quad turret.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that 5-inch will work well enough. I haven't used an American 5-inch in any of my designs yet, so it's fine to have that. But I'll probably need to use that one consistently on like for all the American 5-inch guns.
Oh boy.
Because I need.
I'll send you the ship.
Well, I
over
mean, I have it
for
on
the-
this ship now, so I can always just rip it off of this sometime.
Yeah, but I'll just send you the blueprint, and you'll have it permanently. Yeah, it's a very British stern, but oh well.
I thought it would look interesting,
I guess.
like a little
Yeah, and you
different,
have to.
like something slightly unique, but which would be feasible to build.
Just
Like-
trying to install, like, hey, what would the catapult look like? Probably.
Eh.
Basically, I'm laying down the lines for the superstructure.
And also for that side superstructure thing, you don't need to bring it all the way out to the edge if you don't want to. That's something we can mess with in the future. I just kind
I'm
of did
thinking
to see
essentially
how the ship would work. Or look.
do this because I think Manitoba does have torpedoes, right?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah. So place torpedoes there.
Yeah, she has 2 twin mounts.
Help me actually grab.
Okay, so now I need to figure out how I'm gonna do this.
Oh yeah, Manitoba has. All right, sweet.
Okay, we're gonna have to gonna need to use these guys.
I have it too. I already have them. Sweet.
just do a 2. What? No, a 2 to 3 meter is one of these guys. And here, and go back down to 2.
Monitoring open. Oh. Ignore it. Oop.
So yeah, I guess Manitoba is going to be my current build series in From the Depths, and this will be kind of like another episodic series, kind of like Montreal was. Yeah, Manitoba is going to be a very weird design. Oh. I think my brain just sometimes goes into streamer mode and just starts saying stuff when nobody's commenting anything, because there's nothing else for me to add.
Honestly, I can understand that. Bill says I talk to myself a lot. So, almost very rarely when I'm actually, like, focusing on stuff. Alright, torpedo tubes installed. Or mounts installed, whatever. Okay. So, got to keep though.
I guess this is slightly awkward, but it's not terrible in terms of how it looks, so...
What, the Eastern superstructure?
No, the bow
Oh, okay.
section. Because I am trying to get the sides of it done. And we still don't have a camo yet. I'll make a custom one after this stream. I know with Montreal, I actually just literally was like, okay, we're on stream, let's just make a camo. It was a good camo. Okay. Boom, boom. The question is, can I... Okay, so I can reach there on that one. I mean, this actually feels like progress. Like... I mean, this is what? With this, under construction right now, and Prince Edward Island under construction, that means of the 8 classes of battleship and battlecruiser I have to build, 6 of them are either effectively complete or in a significant state of construction.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. Something I will gladly take.
Ah, crap. Okay, so, turns out it's going to be really difficult to set up the, catapult over the secondary battery turret.
Too high?
Gonna need a 4-meter rise. but I'm going to install a quick catapult. Which feel free to replace it later. I'm just throwing one down.
Okay, I need a better catapult design on my own, so I don't know. I'm probably gonna replace all my catapults at some point, but I'm not. I don't know, if you have a good design, it would be like, I'd appreciate that. Okay, come on. I'm starting to get some lag, which is making it hard to build. But I want to get the bow done.
Well, yeah, it is it. Alright, sweet. Good. Oh, okay. Hmm. Yeah, this is probably going to need.
Okay, so, yeah. Oh, hold on. You know what, here's what we do.
Yeah,
No, that won't work.
this is on me.
So I guess I have to do this then.
Alright, so, fun fact, this catapult functions. Oh. Oh, whoops. Whoopsies!
I need to be a block
Whoops.
taller.
Okay, so the entire superstructure so far is paint 4.
Oh yeah, I might need to change that.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyways, that catapult should theoretically work. It just needs a few ICBs to set it up.
okay, I
can
don't
rip them
care
from-
about. I don't really care about it working. I mean, we're taking still images. It's easy to fake. You know, planes
Yeah, but
and
you just
such.
press a button and it turns. Oh, fun. I've done all this changing, and it's only been... And I haven't had mirror mode on. Alright, so what do you think of the current superstructure, aside from the color problems so far?
Give me a moment, because I'm actually almost done with the forward bow here. So I might wait until I'm actually done with that to check it out.
The forward bow, legally distinct from the after bow.
Okay. I think I got all the slopes in.
Alright, that's good.
Yeah, that's kind of the difficult part to figure out, is where the slopes go. And now that I have them all in, the rest of this should be relatively easy. I will save the vehicle. I am getting concerned regarding the lag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why the game's stuttering so much right now.
Update history is getting very long, I think.
Probably. Okay, so there's a couple more slopes at the bow I need to place. Okay, so the after part of the bow is pretty much decided now. Oh, hold on. Slopes here which need to be placed down. These are the 3-meter offsets, I believe.
What is your favorite part of constructing a ship?
Superstructure, I usually say.
I think mine's doing detail passes. Always calm and relaxing to do them.
Yeah, I'm someone who likes to work on the generic shape of the superstructure, although I don't know if that's still holding up right now. I feel like parts of the ship I am going to have to smooth out. Especially on the bow. Maybe a bit on the stern. It's like my level of level of quality I want to build at keeps rising, and it's not helping. I'll put that down and then fix it later.
Alright, sweet. So I have the catapult super firing over the SecBat turret.
Okay. There's a
And I
small
think it
amount
looks
of
really nice.
smoothing I need to do in the bow, but I think the actual main structure is done. If you want to see it, there's like one piece we probably need to put in. That's gonna be a weird piece to fit in. Anyway. Ah, that's interesting. I think we need... Can we get the catapult like a block or half a block higher? It's a little too close right now.
Yeah, easily. But I had it set to 0.75 originally.
Well, so will the
Honestly,
turret...
in my opinion, that brings it really high up. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, why have it? Why raise it in the first place, though?
It's only barely off the top of the turret, and technically, like, the gun bags are a little too high. So,
Is
could be
it?
some clipping, yeah. It's
No,
like...
gunbags are. The gunbags have plenty of room.
Okay, show me your screen, because the catapult for me is, like, directly on top of the turret. There's a tiny, tiny space of room there. Pretty good looking bow, though. I think we did get the shape.
Hmm. All right, so I think the game might not be doing sub objects well now.
Ah, so it's elevated on your screen and not on mine?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think it's on my screen, I'm just not seeing that, so yep. It is lagging pretty badly. Alright, I say... At this point, we save. I'm gonna grab a screenshot. I'm gonna get my bird. I'll get one with Jasper and one without.
Oh god, the lag is getting real.
As I said, it is, yeah. I say we save and call it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple pictures real quick.
I got my pictures. I'm saving now. Because I did see you just placed a few extra blocks down.
Mhm.
Alright, well, you are grabbing those pictures. I might as well do my outro. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. This has been me, No Name Moments of Sport, and YoBeefJerky, and a little bit at the start, DerGrafZeppelin, and we have been building the battleship Manitoba, the Manitoba class battleship from the Rule the Waves 2 Canada campaign I did back with Rainbow Slash back last year. So, with this first construction stream done, and, you know, so far a lot of the hull done and turrets placed and very significant progress made, this is looking very promising, and we'll be able to keep doing it. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. If you happen to like this, links to my Discord, YouTube, and Twitter are down below if you're watching this on Twitch. Discord is where you can join to get notifications on live streams and hang out with people. Twitter is where you can go watch me argue about rocket stuff and be stupid. And YouTube is where you can watch all the old live streams I upload whenever I actually remember to upload them, like I haven't been doing for like 2 weeks now. If you happen to be watching this on YouTube after the fact somehow, because I've somehow uploaded this after I've completely forgotten for however long at this point, then both the Discord and Twitter links will be down below, but a YouTube link would be completely redundant, so instead there is a link to my Twitch, which is where you can originally watch all these live streams live and participate in chat and do all that kind of stuff. You know, get the actual interaction in. That being said, though, I can be live at literally any time during the day, depending on what my sleep schedule is. It is currently 5:51 a.m. Hey Hoffman, we're leaving. Sorry. With that, thank you everyone for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Bye. Yeah,
Have a good one.
that has to be a really, really badly timed arrival, Hoffman. It's just like, hello there! And I'm in the middle, at the end of the outro. The game was lagging too much to continue playing anyway, though, so no way we could have continued.
Place on the block, wait a second, it's finally there.
Yeah. Just too many hiccups. There's no way we
I
can
am
do it.
so absurdly proud of how the stern Secbat turret looks. Like, I really like how that looks with the catapult.
Yeah.
It feels very compact.
Yeah, I'll have to see it on my own screen when, you know, the sub-objects actually function. Alright, with that, I guess now's the actual bye, so yeah. Bye. No, wait, no, I was doing funny voices today. Bye!